Yo. Technological morality. A transformation in the lived morality is taking place under our own eyes. We are entering into a new form of morality, which could be called technological morality, since it tends to bring human behavior into harmony with the technological world, to set up a new scale of values in terms of technology, and to create new virtues. Contemporary morality, such as it exists in our society, and which is currently called bourgeoisie morality, is made up of two quite different elements. One of these is what is left of the Christian morality developed in the Middle Ages and transformed in the 16th and 17th centuries. It emphasizes the individual virtues and is oriented toward charity. The other is a technological morality, emphasizing collective virtues and oriented toward work. We must remember, moreover, that these two elements are not contradictory. It is Christian morality, in the form which it took from the 16th century on, which has been preparing the way for the development of technological morality. In fact, this Christian morality corresponded at that time to the development of the bourgeoisie world. It emphasized the protection of property. Theft becomes an important theme in this morality. It makes work a virtue. It affirms individualism. It dwells on the fact that the world was entrusted by God to man for him to exploit. That justified man in committing himself to the course which the bourgeoisie opened up, that of work to the point of excess, productivity, the priority of economy, etc. For its part, the technological enterprise was the more justified through the emphasis on the ridding of the world of its religious taboos by Jesus Christ. This emphasis came in with the Reformation in the 16th century. The world is no longer a place inhabited by obscure powers, gods or demons, which need to be feared and respected. It is material, and man can do in it what he pleases. Finally, the Reformation completes the picture by establishing a clear dichotomy between private life with its personal virtues, salvation on the one hand, and collective, economic, and political conduct on the other, which latter are free of the control of the church and are outside the spiritual domain. There is, then, a sort of spiritual indifferentism in socio-political questions, whereas the Catholic Church had always attempted to subject socio-political activity to spiritual direction. Thus, this Christian morality favored the spread of moral values belonging to technology. The entrance of these values into morality led to the formation of that particular morality, that bourgeoisie morality, which we shall not describe because it has already been described frequently. In addition, this morality was quite vigorous, for whenever Western society penetrated it, tended to impose itself, and the Soviet Union, which had pretended to eliminate the morality of the bourgeoisie, came back to it even with an accentuation of its characteristics, with an entirely new rigor, at least in the interior of the Soviet Union, and with application to the private life as well. Thus we know the severities reserved for adultery and the fight waged against alcoholism, against youthful depravity, against theft, all according to very bourgeoisie ideas. Okay. All right, let's summarize this. Summarize. I got people requesting up already. Give me a second here. There's a shift happening in what people value as moral behavior, moving toward what is called technological morality. This new approach aligns with human behavior. This new approach aligns human behavior with the demands and values of a tech-driven world, placing more importance on collective productivity and efficiency than on traditional personal virtues. Historically, much of Western morality was influenced by Christian values, emphasizing individual virtues, charity, and the protection of property. Over time, these ideas mixed with a focus on work productivity and economic success, values that matched the rise of the bourgeoisie middle class lifestyle. The Reformation even encouraged viewing the world as something to use and control without religious restrictions on how to manage work or politics. This blend created a bourgeoisie morality focused on individualism, economic success, and rules protecting property and order. Now, as technology shapes more life, morals are shifting again. Modern morality is less about personal virtues and more about the collective needs of a tech focused society. Even in societies like the Soviet Union, which tried to break away from the bourgeoisie values, similar strict rules resurfaced. So the technological morality we're seeing today is more about fitting into a globally connected, productive world where efficiency and social harmony are prioritized over older, more individual centered values. True. True. God is real. Yeah, God's real as hell. Welcome, guest. Hello.
Hey, thank you for bringing me up. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
That's
People
good.
are mocking me and I don't know why. They say that I'm acting like a victim. I don't know how, but I'm a person.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to people in the chat.
Good. Because they mock me and they don't even know me. If they knew me in person, they would actually know I'm a good person.
If you're a Christian and people
I'm not a
mock you,
Christian.
right. But like if you were a Christian, when people insult you and mock you and slander you, that Jesus will bless you.
Well, I could be any religion. No one knows what religion I really am. Hey,
So why don't you tell us?
well, I'm a free thinker.
Oh, really?
When I was a baby, I was baptized a Catholic. But my parents pulled me out when I was 7. That was not my choice, that was their choice. I was my parents' daughter. So my parents pulled me out of church when I was a kid. I was 7 years old. I was just shy of my communion. I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents were very Catholic. They came from New Jersey. They got divorced. My sister had her communion, but I was pulled out of church before I got mine. My parents got a divorce, which is frowned upon in the Catholic religion. And basically, since my parents went their separate ways, my mom basically got full custody of me and my sister, and we were basically raised to think for ourselves. My mom was a terrible mom.
Jeez,
I,
man. I just asked what religion you were, and I got your life story.
there you go. That's that's good that
I
you
still
know
don't
that.
even know what religion you are.
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing now, but I'm just the only reason I said that is because as I grew up, I did go to Christian youth groups. But there is something called freedom of religion,
True.
which means that you can basically go to any religion you want. Even to this day, at 42 years of age, I can go to any church I want. So
We're the same age.
you're 42?
Yep.
Right on, 1982.
Yep.
Cool.
Um,
There you go. See, that's what I mean. Like, no one ever knows anyone on here, so don't judge anybody. People were automatically saying that I'm crying like a victim. How am I a victim? I'm just trying to talk to people and get to know people because if you're going to bring me up, Would you not want to know anything about me?
Well, I mean, the live isn't about this isn't about like getting to know people. It's about like we do debates. So like I'm a Christian and I defend the Christian faith. So I make arguments to prove like the Bible's true.
And
And
that's fair. I was just trying to get people to understand where I'm coming from.
got you. So did you want to debate or not?
Anything you want to ask me, you can ask me anything you want. But like I said, people automatically said I was a victim, but I'm not. Until I said that I was 42, now all of a sudden I'm not.
Okay. Um, so you don't accept God as your creator?
Not necessarily. I'm open minded about it.
But if you're open minded, then you're not open to the possibility that you might be closed minded.
It can go either way. Isn't that what a debate's about?
Well, no, a
Maybe you
debate
can
is
convince
about
me.
like we both have a position. Like I believe God exists. You, what do you don't believe God exists?
I'm debating it.
You're new, so you think you're neutral?
Mm, yeah, sort of, because you got to figure, okay, so you came to your understanding at the same age as me. Were you always brought up to think that way, or did you think that way on your own, or did you go to church, or
Well, I was raised Catholic like you, but
yeah?
then when I
What
was
what
like,
what made you go from Catholic to Christian?
are you joking? They're both Christian.
Exactly. But see, they do believe a little bit differently. There's a little
Um,
bit of a difference. Like for example, do you believe in confession,
um, that's a good
communion?
question. I don't really get
Well,
into
like,
that.
so Catholics are a little bit different than Christianity. I mean, they do believe ideally the same thing, but Catholics are a little bit more extreme.
Mm,
Would you go to confession? I mean, there's been times where I've wanted to, but that was later on in life.
I think we can confess our sins to Jesus. I suppose I don't think we need a priest as an intermediary.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. So, what's your definition of the difference between Catholics and Christianity?
I wouldn't really make a distinction. I know my friend Darth would. He would say that like Catholicism is a cult, but I don't really say that. Although I would say that there's a satanic cult in the Vatican that controls it.
Well, for example, like I said, I was baptized Catholic. That wasn't my choice. My parents did that. My parents are from New Jersey. Go figure. I'm an Italian. Well, I can't help what my parents did. I
Right.
came from an Italian Catholic family, but we're talking about old school Catholics. Like my mom actually went to school with nuns in New Jersey. We're talking Italians stereotypes.
So
Ridiculous.
what would make you maybe so then I was when I was 14 I thought Christianity wasn't true and I lived like my whole life. When I was 37 though, I realized that like I couldn't really live life without like Jesus and I needed God and I became a Christian and all that.
37 was actually the changing year for me as well. I just know that when I grew up in school, I went to school with a lot of kids that were Christians, youth groups, but none of them followed anything about Christianity. They all had premarital sex, they all did drugs. It was the 90s. You're the same age as me, so you know about the 90s and all crap that goes along with it, depending on what
Well, it's
era you were,
anyway, so
what part of the country you were in. Like I was in Arizona. All my friends were doing drugs and having premarital sex. They were not following Christianity at all. They were just going to church, but it wasn't even even my first kiss was with a guy that basically told the whole school that I was a prude because I wouldn't go all the way with him. But yet, next thing I knew, I saw him at a Christian youth group basically
Well,
singing along with it. I'm just saying that a lot of it was hypocritical back then. It was the 90s.
well, I felt the same way, but if the Bible says that Christians are going to be like, just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you're perfect, right? So the Bible teaches us that we're like corrupt, no one's good, and this is true. And I don't think we should judge Christianity by Christians, because then obviously they're going to be, it's going to look like
No, I
hypocrite.
don't judge any of them because I think a lot
But
of them are actually good people.
we should
I'm just
judge
saying,
Christianity by Jesus, right? Because Jesus is like the role model, or the standard.
okay, well, there's different denominations of Christianity. So are you Pentecostal, Methodist, Baptist, Episcopalian?
I'm like non-denominational.
But there's so many different denominations.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a perfect denomination, but there's.
Okay, so you're my age, which I love this. This is good. This is good because you and I can relate. Did you grow up with the conflict of your fellow peers listening to music that people thought were wrong, like Alice in Chains, Smashing Pumpkins, Nirvana?
My
You know
parents
these groups.
my parents didn't really care what music I listened to, so I don't know.
That's my whole point, though, is that, like, so what made you, was it church or was it your own?
What made me
Did
what?
your parents push you into religion? I'm trying to understand you as a person.
I told you. Well, yeah, obviously they raised me Catholic, and I went through all the sacraments, and then I when I got my driver's license, I stopped going to church, and I didn't
Wait, you
make.
stopped going to church when you got your driver's license?
Yeah, because I didn't believe in it when I thought I was smart or something, right? But I was really just a fool.
Okay, let me ask you this. Are you from the West Coast, East Coast? Because
Uh,
I was pulled from New Jersey. We went to Phoenix, Arizona.
yeah, I don't really want to. I mean, I'm just in
No, you
America.
don't have to. You don't have to. I'm just saying I went to the same high school as Chester Bennington from Lincoln Park.
Okay.
Lincoln Park was a huge band out here, and I went to the exact same high school as him. In fact, he graduated. Actually, no, he never graduated. He dropped out. He went to the same high school as me, though. I'm just saying that the grunge era was a huge era. He wasn't really grunge, though. He was post grunge. But Nirvana and Alice in Chains and Smashing Pumpkins were all huge 90s bands, and all my friends listened to them for years. It was one of those things where it was like religion kind of played a part, but no one really truly followed it. And the ones that did, that I know now, yes, Chester is dead too. Yeah, Chester, yes, Chester Bennington, yes, from Lincoln Park. He went to my high school. That that one I can prove. I'm just saying that people are people, but as far as religion goes, people that I knew, the only person I ever knew that actually followed their religion was my best friend Deb. She married a Mormon. They have 4 kids, and she's 41 now.
Well, you can't. For all you know, they don't follow the religion, but
They do. No, they do.
you can't know someone's heart, though.
No, yeah, but they're. I follow my friend Deb. And that's the thing about social media. I knew her when I was a kid. I'm just saying that religion is in the eye of the beholder. I'm just saying that religion is not a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing. I wish I stuck with it more. Is she the only wife?
Yeah, why don't
Your
you be why
question.
don't you be a
Yeah,
Christian? Since Christianity is like true and it's awesome, like
I
what's
know.
stopping you
No,
from?
I know. Actually, I wish that I followed the church more. That's my biggest regret is that I didn't, because I'd probably be a lot different. I'm not saying I'd be better. I'm just saying that the people that
I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it anymore. She never answers my questions. Just like tells her life story.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. So I'm mostly just I mostly just wanted to join just to sort of take addressing with the image that you put up, because I actually am an agnostic myself.
No, you're not.
No, but because the fundamental idea that I have with myself is I don't particularly think that any one religion has got the fundamental idea of a god or a celestial being or deity or whatever it is out there. Like, I can't deny myself, as somebody who has a great interest in science, that everything was just coincidence. While that would theoretically be possible, it's just more likely that something did intervene and did create the universe. But as somebody who's seen and learned about and experienced, coming from an area that has quite a bit of cultural diversity myself and seen many different religions, I don't think any specific one is correct.
Well, you're wrong, because Christianity is correct.
I mean, to you, and I'm not saying that anybody's specific experience with one religion is wrong. I think it's quite a beautiful thing that people...
It's not just correct to me, it's correct to you and everyone, because it's true. It's the reality we live in, is the one described in the Bible. You can't rationally deny that.
Well, there are other books that contradict that. What's to say that that person's experience of God is wrong? At the end of the day, you all do still... Every religious person that I have spoken to, and I have spoken to a fair few in my time, has all said that they experience a similar thing with God. It's a sense of purpose. It's a sense of thing. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from with an idea of being agnostic is the same as being atheist, but I do believe that there is some kind of God. I just don't think any specific one is correct. I question the idea of what is the identity of God.
You're a theist, then you're not agnostic or atheist. You're a theist. You're just undecided as to like what God you believe in. But you should be a Christian, because Christianity is the best God. The Christian God's all about like love, forgiveness, being humble. It's great.
No, I don't deny that. There are plenty of good aspects of Christianity, but there are plenty of good other aspects of other religions that are good as well. For example, if I say I want to be Buddhist, there's plenty of incredible things about Buddhism. The idea that one is not tied to their own material to their own material possessions, that there isn't, to worship the idea of money and the idea of, one's own worldly things.
But what saves you in Buddhism?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I haven't studied Buddhism that far, but if memory serves, it's the idea that by transcending the need for one's own personal wants rather than someone's personal, like, direct needs of, like, food and water, you are able to experience God because you have no false idols within you.
Yeah, all that Eastern philosophy, that's all like mumbo jumbo. It's like a con. They're like, oh, we have this like secret wisdom. We'll teach it to you just later. And they just keep acting. It's all about secrets. They're like, this is a secret wisdom, the secret truth. And they never get anywhere. And these gurus and stuff, they just con people. I don't think that doesn't lead you anywhere. That Buddhism is basically atheism anyways. There's no like God there. So you won't, they'll just leave you like empty on the inside. Like, we need God to have purpose and like meaning to our lives.
Well, okay, that is an interesting point, and this is a point that I do like to sort of consider and sort of say as an alternative. What stops me from having my own purpose based off of my own desires if I don't believe in God? If I don't believe in your direct God to guide my philosophies, why do I still believe that it is morally incorrect to grape or unalive or... Because I do still stringently believe that, even as somebody who has come from a point of, I was baptized as a child, I was raised at least within the ideals of Christianity, but I don't follow any Christian denomination or non-denominational church for that matter.
There's a lot of issues with like secular morality. It doesn't really work very well. You could like just create some like arbitrary purpose for your life, but like ultimately there's gonna be like three meanings of life we could go with. We could go with like we live for aesthetic pleasure, like hedonism, but that's not gonna make you happy. Like the Russell Brand is finding out. Russell Brand, you know who that is?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from at that point, and I do have an idea of the whole Russell Brand
Right.
thing.
He had all
I get where you're coming from with the idea of hedonism. Obviously, that is a very shallow way to live. Fair
right, so
point.
you feel empty. You could. There's the other way you could live is for like the benefit of your society, like perhaps your family, right? But then what if your family gets in a car accident and you lose them? Well, now your life has no purpose or meaning because all of your purpose was put into these like other people, or like maybe you're like a politician and you try to help your community and benefit society, but then you find out at an older age that you live in like some 1984 dystopian, nightmare society, and that you've been helping like evil, corrupt people oppress the whole world and control the world. So then that would leave you feeling empty inside. But like if you live to serve the will of God, it's like that'll never fail you. Like God will always be there, and it's like the most like satisfying, fulfilling way to live when you're doing what the Creator intended you to do. It's you know.
And I do want to ask this as you bring that point up. What do you believe God has given you the task to do? What do you believe your purpose under God is? Because this is a question that I ask, and it does stump a fair few people. But I have met quite a few people who have given me quite an interesting answer to that. So I would like to, and not to prod. I know this question can be asked as sort of a prodding and poking thing, but genuinely, what do you believe your purpose under your God is?
Yeah, so I'm a Christian, so I stress like the love of God, that God is love, and we're essentially like His children, and the whole like creation and creating us is about having a loving relationship. Jesus said the two most important commands are to love God and to love others. And so to me, reality, the most fundamental thing to reality is love. The whole point of existence is to spread love in this world. And that's what it's all about.
I think that is honestly one of the best answers I've received. I think that is an incredible point to take from the perspective of the teachings of the Bible, which admittedly I'm not like hyper versed in, but I am familiar with a lot of the main philosophies. And I think that is probably one of the purest that exists. And I think that I think the message you're spreading of love and trying to convince people to take part in that, ideology is a very honest and open thing to do. And I must say that's quite an admirable act.
Well, thank you. So we believe as Christians there's like a lot of like hate, corruption in the world, and we're sort of like supposed to be lights in a world of darkness, like, and we're by spreading love, that's like spreading light in the world, right? So there only needs to be a small amount of people spreading love, and it raises up the whole planet. So it doesn't have to be a lot of us, and God gives us like the hope and the strength, because it can be hard, and people are like insulting on you, slandering you, all this crap, but we have the strength through Christ to persevere in life, even though whatever happens. So.
And of course, I don't think that anybody deserves hate for whatever religion they decide to follow. I think even if you are a Christian, even though there are some rather distasteful takes from Christians and Christianity as a whole, I think at the end of the day, they should, much like any other member of society, or any minority of society. Obviously, there are projected stereotypes, and I think that you should try to observe the better, the ones with more of a purer intention or a kinder intention. Obviously, so stuff like you stated, I think, and I really do feel for Christians. You get a bad rap with a lot of the accusations that come out about certain priests, and you're like trying to vilify the LGBTQ and stuff, and I think at the end of the day there are a lot of Christians that do not believe that there should be any hate towards anyone, and more just that they're trying to spread the message that they've been given by their by their God, by their that what they believe to be their savior. And I think that is really the message that people should seek to gain out of Christianity when looking at it from an outside perspective, whether that be atheist, Hindu, Muslim. I think it's genuinely an interesting concept that so many people would be stood against religion in any way, when more often than not, while religion, and I think it's a silly argument to make that religion causes war and religion causes pain and hate, and
Right.
more often not than that, if you look back in history, more often than that, it actually brings people together. And I think the main reason why religion in a lot of more historic times was a very unified thing was because the world needed control. And I think that's not the fundamental idea of religion, but I think the main reason that religion was heavily integrated into society was the main concept of, by unifying everybody under one cause, it's far easier to spread a message, or if you keep everybody under one denomination, one religion, one ideal, they will take your word more seriously or more to heart. And I think that the fact that religion has stood the test of time in the spite of moving to a more secular idea of society just proves that it was never just, as some people claim, a way for people to control society. I think it was more integrated to keep a unified society in a time where people did not have the chance to spread messages themselves, or there was a lot of chaos in the world. I think now that we've moved to a point where we're more civilized as a society, that's the reason why some people who don't believe in one religion or don't believe in any religion at all have broken off from churches or mosques or temples or whatever your place of worship may be, or the ideal under which you stand. So I think it's just a really interesting thing when people look at religion and say, well, it's horrible. It's, you can't, religion is just a bad thing. You're foolish for believing it. I think you have the right to believe whatever you want. And I think, as long as your ideals and your beliefs don't really stand out in a hateful manner against somebody's existence or the existence of a minority, it shouldn't be contested as heavily as it is.
Well, I mean, I think people should be allowed to be hateful. They just shouldn't be allowed to harm other people.
Oh yeah, definitely. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. I greatly dislike some figures. I greatly dislike some ideologies based off of their own moral systems. But I wouldn't ever go out of my way to say that specific ideal should be destroyed. I don't have anything.
We have to be tolerant of opinions we don't like.
Exactly.
To function, and but we don't. I mean, there's things that we shouldn't tolerate, the obvious things we all know that we can't talk about because TikTok will ban me.
Yeah.
But
obviously.
I think you're right. I see a lot of really bad takes from non-believers, oh, they blame religion for all the wars and bad things in the world, but there's obviously far more nuance. That's a very naive take, because it's not as if Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, or whatever, all these religions, if they were to disappear tomorrow, that's not going to stop people from being evil and corrupt and seeking power and stabbing each other in the back. Probably can't say that. Whoops. So yeah, I think I would agree with what you're saying there.
Yeah. And I think off the back of that, people like to say, oh, religion brews hate. I don't think religion brews hate. I think people have emotions that they don't always necessarily control, and I think religion aims to justify those feelings or justify what we can't explain or what we don't really know the
Well,
true
yeah,
meaning of.
that's what I say is that, like, without God's revelation, it would be hard to make sense of this world. It would be hard to explain things. Um, like, why would if like why would we evolve all these someone like a mass unaliver or like what's the evolutionary benefit of like grape or something like Christianity can kind of explain these things with like the story Adam and Eve, we rebelled against God basically, and that would explain like we're in a fallen state and there's corruption, but thankfully there's good news. God still loves us, and we have like a path to salvation. We've been saved and all that. So it offers like hope. It explains the world we're in, and I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's the only true. Obviously, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I think it's the only. It's the only like explanation of it all. Like when we look at like secular attempts or other religious attempts to explain the situation we're in, I think only Christianity can really explain the reality that we experience. So that's the argument I make to say it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely is what I like to think of. When I'm thinking about the idea of like, especially when somebody tries to bring it up in conversation, obviously, why would religion exist? If there was no need for religion, or there is no need for religion, and I do genuinely try to contest that. I say, well, clearly there is a need for religion. It brings people together. It gives people a unified ideal to believe in. I think at the end of the day, religion is what gives a lot of people their standpoints, their views on just about anything you can think of. If you can list any,
What's your religious beliefs? Do you accept God as your creator?
I like I say, I don't particularly believe in one God or another, but I do believe that there was some cause. There was a causation to the start of the universe, and if it's not a being, it's not entirely unfounded to believe that there could be an entity or intelligent being that could have an enormous amount of power that exists outside of our understanding of reality. I would say I am somewhat spiritual. I do believe there is some kind of spiritual aspect to the world, and that there is a founding for the ideals of religion and the beliefs of religious, religious sort of denominations, and all the different kinds of religion. I believe
Kind of
that
looking to
people.
talk to like atheists and agnostics, like to debates and stuff. So like, I don't know. Do you mind if I like move on?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
I wish you well.
Yeah, you too.
Yo, how you doing?
You turn down the music? He's jamming. What's this guy's name? Space Boy Mikey. That's my boy Mikey from space. He's in space. He's back from space.
I want to give you a good analogy you can use against atheists. Basically, say you're observing an ant, right? And you take the time to study ants for a long span of time, for like millions and billions of years, right? Then you want to create this ant, right? Again and again and over again. The universe can die. You can restart the universe of the ants, right? And you can create your own ant. You get what I'm saying?
Ant-Man, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then you can input yourself inside that universe. That is not impossible because due to technology, you can create life. You can create robots and stuff like that. So, if you were to
You can
debate with,
create life now?
yeah, I mean,
Holy
We're
crap! Science is
creators. We
advancing
always create.
faster.
We always create life. We grow
That's
plants.
wild, man.
We make robots. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to creating life. So, if you believe in creationism, then of course you believe in the like aspects of like creating robots, other things like
Robots scare me, man.
yeah. I mean it's scary, but it's like the way we're created is like we're intelligent people and we're made in the aspect of God. So you can't be scared and afraid. Afraid that you you have characteristics of God in you because in the Bible it says he we're made in his image. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
so basically we're creators ourselves and we are like sons of gods and we can create ourselves. So that proves that some being had created us in the beginning. Um this connects to the ant analogy because if you were to study ants for billions of years, of course you would be able to create an ant by itself or and put yourself in that universe. You get what I'm saying? Or restart it.
Yeah, we seem to have a special relationship with the world that other animals don't,
Yeah,
right? And that would
yeah,
make
yeah,
sense. And that makes sense because we're made in God's image.
yeah. And then if you connect to, I study like things. Have you heard of Robert Ward Grant?
No, I never heard of that.
So he's basically a scientist, right? And what he does is he researches about why things happen for reasons and why frequencies, vibrations connect to why life was created and why all these things, mathematical equations prove that life didn't happen for a reason. I mean, life didn't happen out of randomness, but it happened for a reason. And connecting to cells and how we like are developed as like human beings, like if you zoom in very, very, very close into a cell, you will see that cells actually are far apart from each other. And that connects to us because, you know, being not, I don't think that we're the only life out here, but I believe like the universe replicates itself and we're in images of higher beings, but we're not there yet. So um, basically, I would say that a cell could be basically,
Wait. Are you a Christian?
yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Yeah. But a cell can be related to the universe in a way. You can compare it how it has electron clouds that rotate around it. We have moons that rotate around Earth's orbit plane. And there's laws to the universe that prove that something can't be random. It has to happen by cause and
And
effect.
like the solar system's like an atom.
Yeah,
That's like
I
Santos
mean, I
Bonacci.
wouldn't say it's an atom. They have different properties, but they are similar in their orbital planes, and that kind of connects to how we are different from God, but we're similar too. You know what I mean? If you zoom out, well, like
Yeah.
we're small beings, right?
Well,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
if you
We have
connect to
like
God, we're connected to God in a way, but we can't see Him.
where an image a reflection isn't the same thing as what it's reflecting, right? Like
Yeah.
when you look at yourself in the mirror, that image in the mirror isn't you. It just looks like you.
Yeah. Of course. That's true. But what I'm saying is basically that we're not we're similar to God, but there are differences in the aspect that He can see everything, or this higher being can see everything and understand. Like, let's go back to the ant analogy. Like, if you look at an ant and it's walking, right, you can say, "Oh, it's going this way. I'll stop it." What the ant will do is, immediately after you stop it is try to run the other way, and then you will know that it's running the other way. But the ant's probably thinking in his mind, how did he know that? You get what I mean?
Yeah, I get you, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
I got atheist is requesting
all
to
right, yeah.
join.
Go ahead.
you mind if I move? Do you mind if I move on to the next guest?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
God bless.
All right, you too.
Oh, man. All right, restore. You've been waiting a while. Faith is undebatable.
It is.
No.
Yes.
Faith just means you have a high confidence in something being true. So anything you're going to debate, you're going to have faith in.
Well, the thing is having faith is not having to have any proof, though.
Well, that's not the case. So do you think the disciples of Christ had faith in Christ?
Yes, because they didn't need proof that he had anything, because they just believed what he said.
Did they have proof that Christ, was who he said he was? Because, he resurrected, did miracles, that Thomas stuck his fingers in the wounds.
If any of that actually happened.
So how could they have faith if they had direct evidence?
Well, who says the Bible is even real? Like, it's written by people thousands of years after the fact.
Do you realize you contradicted yourself, though, by saying that, if you have faith, you don't have evidence?
No, because having faith is not needing proof. That's the whole point in faith. You just believe.
So then you're saying that, the disciples of Christ didn't have faith because they had proof?
No, they didn't have proof because the Bible is not real.
I'm just going to move on, if you're going to be like this. You're obviously contradicting yourself, dude.
How am I contradicting myself?
The disciples of Christ had evidence of God directly because they touched his wounds after he died. And they also had faith in God. So just because you have direct evidence of something being true, it doesn't mean you can't have faith in it being true as well, right? You can have both direct evidence and faith. They're not mutually exclusive, right?
Isn't the term faith, though, religious based, though? Isn't that what most people use the term faith?
Faith means you have a high confidence that something is true. It doesn't mean blind faith that you just believe something without evidence.
But the Bible is all written in secondhand accounts, though.
So is history. So is a lot of scientific papers.
There's first-hand account, and then there's second-hand account.
Yes. So what?
So
there's second-hand account. There's a book. There could be a book today written about the JFK assassination. Are you going to go, oh, this is a second-hand account? Yes. Everything in that's false.
But unless they
you're a joke. You're a hilarious joke, and you're speaking nonsense. This is just demonstrating what atheism does to the brain. It makes you irrational.
To the brain, I just think
it does. No, your mental faculties have become dull because you hate God.
They haven't.
They have. You're demonstrating it.
Okay, because I don't believe in the Bible and I don't have blind faith in a book. My mental faculties are low. That makes perfect sense.
Yes, it's demonstrated by what these criticisms you're putting forth are it's like a 14-year-old mentality.
It's not, though.
It completely is.
Why would it? Why?
You're self-deceiving yourself.
And I don't sit there.
Are you actually 14? Maybe, I don't know. Are you an adult?
No, I'm actually 31.
Crazy.
Just because I don't have the same beliefs as you does not mean that I'm inferior.
I'm not saying you're inferior because you don't have the same beliefs. So. I'm saying when you deny revelation, your mental faculties become dull.
Because it's I don't need a book to tell me how to live my life. I don't need.
Apparently, you do.
No, I don't.
Well, because look at how you're conducting yourself.
I live my life to be a good person because I don't need, a book written thousands of years ago to tell me how to live my life.
You do.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Because it's the right thing to do. Uh-huh.
It is.
Well, there's a lot of problems if you're going to go that route, right? And what?
Like what?
I have a whole list I wrote down. So self justification. Do you know that people have a need to justify their actions?
Yes,
And
everybody does.
mhm. And when we're left to define morality ourselves, individuals are going to bend their standards to suit their own interests. And without recognizing that they'll do this, right? They won't even be aware they're doing this. And that'll lead to a moral code that feels right personally, but it's going to be inconsistent and self serving, right? So that's an issue, right?
But
There's
don't
other
we do that
issues.
with the Bible, though? Like,
Sure. That's why we need to use hermeneutics so we can objectively interpret. Well, the Bible's more about like having a relationship with Christ, right? So, anyways, there's also going to be a lack of an absolute standard, right? There'd be no universal or absolute standard. So, if your morals different from someone else's morals, you wouldn't be able to determine who's correct, right? That's a problem.
but like, why do I have to use the Bible as a baseline to?
I'm explaining it to you.
What
I'm
I'm saying
going
is,
over
why
all the
would I have to
problems
do
with
that?
your
Like, I
system.
can do that on my own. I do that on my own, right?
Okay.
You know, I do.
We're just going over the problems with your system. So you'd be isolated from relationships, right? So true moral growth often comes through interactions and challenges from others. But if you have this autonomous morality, you'd be isolated from individuals and these relationships because there's nothing that would hold you accountable to other people, right? Because you're just deciding on your own
Like,
what's right and wrong.
but I have like other people to hold me accountable. Like, if I go murder someone, I'll go to jail and I will be a bad
You have to
person.
say schmurder. You can't say that.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, schmurder. I have to unalive
So
someone.
that's society holding you accountable. But I'm saying, like, if you're talking about your own moral ethical system, right? And your own, since you're and that's your system that you're inventing, there's nothing to hold you accountable to others, and so you couldn't really engage in like an honest moral dialogue, right?
But I do every day, and I don't. I do it. I've done it for most of my life.
You're self-deceived.
I'm
This
not
is another
self-deceived.
problem.
I literally work in medical. I work. Well, I'll just say I work as a paramedic. So it's like, how could I do a job like that and have no moral compass?
I'm not saying you have no moral compass. We're going over the problems with your system. Like, you wouldn't be, you're avoiding self-critique.
But what I'm understanding is you're saying because I don't have the same moral compass aspect as you do, that I can't have morals because I don't believe in the same ones as you do.
You're just literally ignoring everything I'm presenting and saying to you. Like, it's like I'm talking to a wall, and that just shows you're not rational, right? You're an emotional person. You just believe things based on emotions, not on evidence, because I'm presenting the problems. Like, you're avoiding self-critique, right? So because you're able to set up your own rules, it's easy to avoid genuine self-critique, right? If you're the final judge of your own actions, then you're not going to challenge yourself to improve or recognize where you fall short, which you're demonstrating right now. And this leads to stagnation and self-righteousness. So you're probably self-righteous and you don't grow as a person because you have a secular morality. That kind of sucks.
I challenge myself every day.
You're a liar.
No.
Yes, you've self-deceived yourself.
For my family.
You're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
I work hard at my job.
You hate God. You hate the truth.
I don't hate. How can I hate something? I would hate God as much as I hate Santa Claus. It doesn't exist to me. Do I think religion?
It doesn't.
Do I think religion is a bad thing, and do I think it's horrible? No, but I don't have.
If you don't believe in gravity, would gravity just not exist to you?
No, because
how does your lack of belief in God mean God doesn't exist to you? God's real as hell.
Because there's actual proof that gravity exists.
And we now know that God exists.
What proof is there that God exists?
The transcendental argument for God.
That's not even really like, that's just what people who want to try to make the argument say. It's not even like an actual thing.
It is an actual thing. It comes from Cornelius Van Til. I've been studying the argument. I read books and papers on the argument, so I'm well prepared to annihilate anyone in a debate.
I mean, I don't understand how you can't wrap your head around the fact that someone who has a different belief, I don't even want to say belief because I don't have a belief, who has a lack of belief
A
can be
lack
a
of
good person.
belief.
It
Oh, that's
is. I
funny.
don't have a belief. Like
I don't
I
have a
don't.
belief. It's not a belief. Do you accept
But
God as your creator?
no.
Okay. Do you think that's rational?
I mean, I don't want to say it's irrational because if that's what makes people comfortable, it's a rational thing. I just don't believe in it.
Yeah. So what's the rationale?
So the rationale is that for certain people, that's what makes them comfortable. Certain people have their faith
No,
in their
what's the
belief.
rationale for your position? Because I
So
don't
my
think your
position
position's
is
rational.
so my rationale is that I have not in my personal life have ever experienced anything or have ever had anything in my life that made me even remotely believe that a God exists.
Well,
And
that would be a fallacy.
it's not, but I'm experiencing it right now. How is it a thousand?
And
It's
it's just it's just basically a restating your position. That's not even a
Yes.
reason to think
Well,
it's.
you literally asked me the
So
question and I
would
answered
you
it.
concede that your position is irrational since you
No,
cannot provide? Well, you can't
I
provide a
literally answered
rationale.
your question as you asked it.
What's the rationale? Then if
The
it's not a
rationale is that the with the rules of reality there is, and what we know, that there cannot be a God like that we
why
believe in
not?
with what we have. The Earth is not 6,000 years old.
What's the
There,
contradiction? What's
it's
the
not a
PNP?
contradiction.
Well, then there can be a God.
No, because there. How
Well,
can there be a God
what's
when
the
the
PNP?
Bible gets disproven over and over again?
How do you disprove the Bible?
The Bible says the Earth is 6,000 years old, right?
Well, I not explicitly.
But that's what
But okay, even if it does, okay, I'll grant that to you.
there's
I
literally
don't need to grant that to you, but I'll grant that to you. Okay, so it says that. So how does that? What is
so
that?
there is evidence and facts and
Oh, you believe there's evidence and facts? So how do you make the? How is evidence possible without referencing God? So I believe God's necessary for evidence.
but it's not.
Okay, so like, how would you explain the uniformity of nature so you can do a scientific experiment?
Because that's what we as humans developed.
Humans developed the uniformity of nature.
That nature and evolution developed, and then we as humans evolved to a point to where we can understand it.
So there, if we lived in a world where everything was randomly changing, like apples were turning into cars, your cell phones were turning into lizards, could we do scientific experiments in that world?
Yes, because you would be able to study why there's not nothing.
Are
Nothing
you
is
kidding me?
not really anything that if we could study it, it's not random because there's a scientific study to it.
In a world where like everything was randomly changing the
But it wouldn't
properties.
be random. There would be a reason and a reason why the apple turned into a car.
I'm giving you a hypothetical world where everything was randomly changing at all the time. The cell phones were turning into bottles of milk. Just bottles of milk would turn to a cat, and then that would turn to a palm tree. Like, it was just crazy, right? Imagine a world like that. Could you do a scientific experiment in that world?
Well, how do we know what a cat was if everything is random? We
Thanks
would
for coming. Thanks for coming. I wish you well.
okay.
You can't answer a question, I guess. Oh, good Lord. Welcome.
Hey, so God is supposed to be coming back, correct?
Hell yeah.
All right, so how do we know he hasn't already and we just ignored him?
Because I think we would know Judgment Day. He's gonna like judge the living and the dead, and he's gonna separate the wheat from the chaff.
So these people that come into our world and unalive random people and say that God sent them, how do we know that's not it?
Well, because we have the Bible, so that according to the Bible, those people are just like demonic. And also on Judgment Day, all the dead are going to be resurrected, and so we would know like when Jesus comes back, because there won't be like cemeteries, because everyone's going to jump out their graves.
And that sounds rational to you?
Sure. What's the other option?
That not happening?
Sure, but then. Like what worldview would you replace the Christian worldview with? Well, I suppose you probably don't know what a worldview is, do you?
Well, let's see. If I had to guess, Christianity wouldn't be correct, seeing as God wasn't, right? God was Jewish.
Bro, seriously, like,
Was God not Jewish?
bro, what is your point?
So that a yes or a no?
I mean, I'd rather read a book than talk to, like, this is just really sophomoric.
Yeah. So if God wasn't Christian and Jesus wasn't Christian, how is Christianity the correct religion?
It was, dude, because the transcendental argument for God, right?
P equals Q, Q equals
The
P.
Bible is the word of God, right? So that's the correct religion because God said so.
Because God said so. That doesn't sound abusive.
Abusive?
Yeah, like, so if you look at Christianity, it's just an abusive relationship. You do what God tells you to do, or you're done to hell, right? Like,
it's not an abusive relationship. It's a loving relationship because whatever God says, God is a guideline. The will of God is the guideline that we must follow.
So let me ask you, would you date somebody who was like, hey, if we date, you have to follow these set rules, and if you break one of them, we're broken up? And they are very like, you're like, you can't help but break these rules, right? Like
when you date someone, you have to set out like a guideline. You have to be like, look, these are my goals. Do these goals like align with your goals?
But if it's a set of relationship,
if you have mutually exclusive goals with someone, you can't have a relationship with that person. It's not going to work.
So if the relationship is set up with the premise knowing that you're going to fail at following these rules, right?
What are you talking, dude? You're just talking nonsense. Do you have any like?
All right, is it possible for anybody to not sin?
No.
That's the guidelines in which I'm talking about with your relationship with God, right?
You're expected to sin. Dude, you're not expected to not sin. You don't even know what you're talking about. Why don't you read a book before you try to like debunk?
Hey, don't be like Darth and start rage baiting, okay?
Bro, you're ignorant as hell.
No, you're being like Darth, dude. You just get mad when you're getting proved you're incorrect. So your own religion is based off of.
I wish you well. Good Lord. So bad. Brain rot. I'm proving you incorrect. Oh my God. Delusions. All right. The fact is, let's see here. What are we doing? There's a shift happening in what people value as moral behavior, moving toward what's called technological morality. This new approach aligns human behavior with the demands and values of a tech-driven world, placing more importance on collective productivity and efficiency than on traditional personal virtues. Historically, much of Western morality was influenced by Christian values, emphasizing individual virtues, charity, and the protection of property. Over time, these ideas mixed with the focus on work, productivity, and the economic success. Values that match the rise of the bourgeoisie lifestyle. The Reformation even encouraged viewing the world as something to use and control without religious restrictions on how to manage work or politics. This blend created a bourgeoisie morality focused on individualism, economic success, and rules protecting properties and order. Now, as technology shapes more of life, morals are shifting again. Modern morality is less about personal virtues and more about the collective needs of a tech-focused society. Even in societies like the Soviet Union, which tried to break away from the bourgeoisie values, similar strict rules resurfaced. So the technological morality we're seeing today is more about fitting into a globally connected, productive world where efficiency and social harmony are prioritized over older, more individual centered values. And this is sort of the clash we're seeing on this debate, actually, is the clash between older, individual centered values and technological morality from the atheist. The fact that this morality, technological morality, was perfectly adapted to the development of the the fact that this traditional morality was perfectly adapted to the development of the technological society, let us say, in the first phase, which we still experience in the West, which is at its height in the Soviet Union, and which is just beginning in Africa and Asia. But in the West, we are entering the second phase of the technological society. This morality is no longer sufficient or adapted. That is why we are seeing the formation of a new morality, purely technological, with a progressive elimination of the Christian moral elements contained in the bourgeoisie morality. This technological morality does not yet exist in its entirety. It is in process of development, but it is certainly the morality of tomorrow. We're probably there now because this book was written a good while ago. Niebuhr's analysis, Nature and the Destiny of Man. Analysis of the characteristics of the new morality of modern man and its contradiction with Christian ethics is excellent. Belief in the goodness of man, the search no longer for virtue, but for a reorganization of society, for a plan of education to solve all moral problems, the validation of the reason as a guide to man, faith in salvation through history, a faith in progress, elimination in the concept of fundamental evil in favor of the idea of particular evils, etc. All of that enters into what we are calling technological morality. So, the belief that man's good, so we don't need virtue, but we need to reorganize society to educate. Education will solve all moral problems, and we can verify what the correct thing to do through our human reason, and that we're confident in that history in enough time. We have this faith in time that history has shown progress, so we're more progressed. We're not in the caveman era. We have cell phones now, and we have this faith in that in the future we'll just continue to progress. And so we just have this faith that in this utopian future we'll solve all our problems with science and technology or something. So we don't need Jesus because science and technology will save us. And evil doesn't really exist. There's just particular evils. Okay. Yeah. That's technological morality. Which is what we see, don't we, when we debate the atheists. Technology supposes the creation of a new morality. It informs the whole of public, professional, and private life. One can no longer act except in relation to technical ensembles. Hence, there is need to create new patterns of behavior, new ideas, new virtues. At the same time, new choices are set before man, which he is in no way prepared to face. Now, the more technology is precise, exacting, and efficient, the more it demands that the performer be efficient, precise, prepared. These are not merely questions of competence, they are matters requiring dedication. This man must know how to use the technique, but he must also know how to be its servant. His moral qualities must be at the level of the new world which technology is unveiling. Some moralists have already foreseen this problem, but the idealists have resolved it exactly in reverse, saying that technology put man's life at stake, that a new morality must be founded which will permit man to give a meaning to his life once again, to recover the unity of his life, and which will restore the value of freedom. The project is laudable but inadequate, desirable but inexact. It contradicts reality, for if such morality were instituted, it would make man rebellious toward technology, unavailable for a full technological service, reticent in the face of progress, oriented toward a different center of interest from technology, placing the latter at the bottom of the scale of values, all of which is completely inadmissible in a technological society. Hence, this project, once again desirable, has no chance of success. The probability is that a new morality will be created which will put its blessings upon man's subjection to the technological values and will make him a good servant to this new master, in trustfulness and loyalty, in the spirit of a service freely rendered. Technological morality exhibits two principal characteristics. It is above all a morality of behavior. And second, it excludes moral questioning. It is a morality of behavior, that is to say, it is solely interested in man's external conduct. The problems of intention, sentiment, ideals, perplexities of conscience are none of its concern. Still, it ignores these only as long as they remain inward. If these interior movements were to lay claim to outward expression, then the technological morality would enter into conflict with them. For conduct must always be determined by external and objective motives. If man's attitudes are to be consistent with the technological world in which he must live and act, the situation calls for a behavior on man's part which is exact, precise, in harmony with the working of all categories of techniques which are proliferating in our society. And this behavior should be fixed not on the basis of moral principles, but in terms of precise technological rules, psychological and sociological. The external act alone has value, and this act should be determined for technological motives. This is one of the principal results of the sciences of man, which, in spite of their proclamations and declarations, are all and always sciences impregnated with morality aimed at adapting man to the technological world. We well know that the opium use we well know that the optimum use of techniques of any kind depends upon the user's being psychologically adapted, upon his freedom from scruple and uneasiness, moral or physical, upon his being in tune with the machine, upon his being in sympathy with the operation, upon his being sufficiently motivated, upon his having a scale of values which allows him to find satisfaction and dignity in his own eyes in the very exercise of these techniques. This behavior in harmony with the techniques which is demanded of man if the techniques are to have their maximum efficiency must be a behavior which is morally justified. Hence, it must not be a behavior which is externally imposed, mechanically forced, but a behavior to which man gives his adherence for moral motives. Only this behavior is not itself established for moral motives. It is determined by the organization, by efficiency planning. The more the organization of work, of government, of family life, of living conditions, of traffic, of public health, of recreation, etc., is perfected, And the more exactly the patterns of behavior are established, the more does efficiency planning tend to displace the moral imperative. The former moral objective of duties and imperatives, the closed morality, is progressively eliminated by the organization. It is the latter now which dictates the true duties, the true social imperatives, and which supplies them with moral value, and in this way justifies them. But at the same time, this leads to a questioning of the problem of choice between good and evil, a questioning of individual decision, of subjective morality, of open morality. There are fewer and fewer choices to be made. I mean, real choices. Because good behavior is that which is called for by technique. It is described by the technique, is made possible by the technique. We have already seen that for contemporary moralists, morality is the domain of ambiguity. But when they speak that way, they are speaking out of their reflections, out of their wishes, out of traditional society. They are not at all talking about a morality which would be of use to a technological society. In such a society, technique excludes ambiguity. The good is clear. The behavior valid for a technical world is dreadfully uniform. It obviously imposes itself upon the individual. There are not 100 ways of employing a given technique to achieve an end. The technique is itself a way of acting. The conduct demanded of the individual can scarcely be doubled or doubted or disputed. I'm getting tired. Contemporary man is generally convinced that the technique is the good, that it concurs in man's good and will bring about his happiness. Should man recoil before this prospect, the proof of the technical good is confirmed, reinforced, and assured by the various pressures at the disposal of the technological civilization. The testimony of its successes, the importance of the necessity for its development, the certainty of progress, the marvelous concordance of the techniques. How can all that fail to convince man inwardly that he should participate with all his heart in the development of such a good? And if problems still remain, the techniques of psychology will be able to reach into its heart itself, to personalize the objective reasons for their behavior, to obtain through technical procedures loyalty and goodwill, joy itself in the carrying out of the duty, which, like everything else, ceases to be painful and exhausting in the comfortable world of techniques. On the one hand, in the eyes of contemporary man, technical progress is a good in itself. And on the other hand, the techniques ensure the necessity of a behavior favorable to progress. Technology offers man a fulfillment of the good, which is easy, effective, and justified in advance. Man's decision is obtained through adhering to technical progress. There can be no debate, no personal decision involved in the matter. The good is obvious. It goes along with power. There can be no questioning of escaping it. One will end with a perfect conformism never yet achieved in the moral sphere. In fact, never until now had morality been armed with an unassailable authority. Never before had the good been obvious and beyond dispute. Never had there been a factual identification between the good and happiness. Never had there been a coincidence between individual moral decision for the good and material social development. All this has been realized and achieved by technology. The technological good is irrefutable. It cannot be challenged. Man is moving toward a situation in which he will no longer be able to choose evil. And in a certain sense, one can conceive this as a putting an end to morality. In this technological morality, there is also set up a scale of values which are truly valid for man and which the individual accepts as such. Without doubt, one of the important facts in this sphere is the transformation of technology itself into a value. For the man of today, technology is not only a fact, it is not merely an instrument, a means. It is a criterion of good and evil. It gives meaning to life. It brings promise. It is a reason for acting, and it demands our commitment. A way of dealing with the world and of characterizing it in terms of our continuing and of our momentary requirements. This definition, what is it? A definition of technology or of value? There could be no better demonstration of the fact that technology has now become a value than by pointing out the ambiguity of this definition. Now it is word for word the definition of value given by one of the contemporary representatives of the philosophy of values, Gusdorf. But this is even more exact at the level of the average man. Doubtless for him, in various ways, technology is a value. In various ways, because the meaning which technology has given to his life can as well be comfort, the possession of an appliance, rather than the liberation of the proletariat thanks to technology, or humanity's newfound happiness. This is a criterion of good and evil, for without the slightest doubt, everyone today treats technology as a good, a gift of God, and people cannot avoid talking that way. True. Whenever anyone suggests that technology presents certain disadvantages, people rush to its defense. It isn't technology, but the fault of man who misuses it. But if it is true that the evil here is of man's doing, that then means implicitly that technology is the good. And this good is set forth as a thing not to be challenged. It is not possible to call technology into question. One can call everything in our society into question, including God, but not technology. It is seen, then, to be the decisive value, and as a value, it is desirable. It indeed merits the dedication of all resources in its behalf. It indeed merits that man sacrifice himself to it, and one finds it normal that there should be martyrs of science. Today, in reality, martyrs of technology. We could easily go on and show that each trait applied by the philosophers to value, in order to characterize it, would exactly apply to modern man's belief in technology, to his judgment of it, and to his behavior toward it. But we must pass on to a second value of this technological morality, that of the normal. In this technological society, the normal tends to replace the moral. Man is no longer asked to act well, but to act normally. The norm is no longer an imperative of the conscience. One gets at it through average behavior, whether this is determined statistically or by psychological evaluation, or by whatever means. Everything concurs in conforming the predominance of the normal. Increasingly, the criminal is treated as a sick, abnormal person in need of care to help return him to average, normal behavior. Similarly, the highest virtue demanded of man today is adjustment. The worst judgment a man can suffer is to be called maladjusted. Maladjusted to what? Very exactly to the technological society. Sociologists and psychologists are agreed in acknowledging that technology is the most frequent cause of maladjustment. The chief purpose of instruction and education today is to bring along a younger generation which is adjusted to this society. The society maladjusted exactly corresponds to the immoral of the earlier societies, and the normal exhibits the same characteristics as the older morality. For one thing, it functions as a definition of the good, as a norm, as a requirement to be met imperatively. For another thing, it is a value which makes it possible to judge, to estimate deeds, people, and events. It is a personal, individualized aspiration. Everyone strives today to be normal, and this normal repeals the older notion of virtue, of good. Moral judgment is no longer tolerated over against the decision of normalcy. As long as conduct is normal, there is no reason to reprove it in the name of morality. It is no longer legitimate to declare good or evil in which is accepted as normal. This is highly characteristic of the Kinsley Report, for example, which rejects traditional schmectual morality, not in the name of objective science, but really in the name of the morality of the normal. Now, this normal is not exactly the same thing as moral custom. There is in the concept of the normal a concern for precise knowledge, for the rationale of behavior, for adjustment to the objective conditions of society, for confrontation with the psychological and sociological sciences, since, in the final analysis, it is the clinical technician who decides what is normal. We see, then, how this value depends upon technology and is finally subordinated to technological value. It is partly because the normal is established in relation to behavior as registered in a very precise society, the technological society, and it is no mere chance that we see the substitution of the normal for the moral going hand in hand with the setting up of a technological society, and partly because the normal is discovered and developed by techniques and in no other way. Statistics say that people. Finally, we should bear in mind a third value characteristic of this morality, namely success. In the last analysis, good and evil are synonymous for success and failure. According to the bourgeoisie formula, stemming from a particular interpretation of the Bible, virtue is always ratified by material success, but with the passage of time, and the temptation was too great for this to be avoided, the conclusion was drawn that success is the clear sign of virtue, since it is virtue's reward. Virtue is invisible. Success is visible. Hence, success allows us to presuppose the existence of virtue. The next step to say that success is, in itself, the good. One is an abbreviation for the other. With this orientation, one then seeks to base the morality on success. Whence the demonstration that crime doesn't pay. When all is said and done, the reason one should not be a criminal isn't that is that it isn't profitable. But if we proceed in this direction, we are obliged to admit that strength is one of the essential factors of success, and then we very soon realize that the crucial polarity is not so much that of good and evil as that of strength and weakness. Thence also the ethical importance of the champion. The champion is necessarily a representative of the good. In another perspective, that of the communists, the expression of this identity between success and the good is found in the necessity of adhering to the direction of history. The direction of history is only seen by hindsight at each stage in the success of a given enterprise. If it did succeed, that then means that it was indeed the direction of history. And since, in the last analysis, it is history which determines what is good, the direction of history manifests the good in the form of success. As a matter of fact, underneath both the bourgeoisie and the communist ethical formula, there lies the conviction that one does not argue with results. A successful action is necessarily compelling and is not to be called in question. Now, this is essentially linked up with technological operation, since the latter is just what ensures effectiveness in results. To be sure, there can be various criteria of success in the bourgeoisie society. It is money, honor, titles, a higher rung of the social ladder. Under totalitarian regime, one of the essential signs will be membership in the party. The latter is the content of the good in itself. It is also the guardian of the good. To be outside the party is not to participate in the good. To be against it is evil. Now, the party is never anything but an instrument for political effectiveness, for the techniques of propaganda and of government. Here we find the link between technical procedures and the determination of the good. And likewise, we again find virtue as applied to socio-political action taking precedent over every other virtue. I'm going to summarize that one. I don't think I understood that very well. Both bourgeoisie capitalists and communist moralities share belief that success justifies itself. If an action gets results, it's seen as inherently valid and is beyond questioning. This thinking connects directly to technological efficiency, which is all about achieving measurable results. For example, in bourgeoisie societies, success is measured by wealth, status, or social rank, while in totalitarian system, it's about party membership, which symbolizes goodness and legitimacy. Being outside or opposing the party is considered evil. The party then becomes both a measure and protector of good because it's a tool for political and social control, using techniques like propaganda. So achieving social or political power through effective means takes priority over any personal or traditional values. But we must not forget that the instrument of success in our society is always a technological instrument. Quite consciously, it is demonstrated for our benefit that the ultimate goal of technology is not merely a material result, but the fulfillment of the good. Economic abundance will permit man to develop himself spiritually, morally, and culturally. The socialist regime paves the way for a new man who, freed from alienation from capitalistic contradictions, will be good. That will come to pass thanks to the technique. But if such is indeed the goal of technology, every technical success participates in the ultimate good. And to oppose this development is to be truly evil and demonic. Technological morality demands of man a commitment. It calls for the practice of virtues. It cannot be said that it requires new virtues, for these virtues are old, but they are validated, placed in the foreground. Formerly treated as minor, they now become major and exclusive. To a certain extent, one may also speak of new virtues, work, for example. Let us not forget that in the traditional societies, in all societies, work was looked down upon, treated as an animal toil unworthy of man. Every moral, social, and spiritual elevation was translated into an abandonment of work. It was considered a necessity in a pinch, but a damnable necessity. And this is true not only of primitive peoples, shepherds, nomads, but of all civilizations, Incas as well as Chinese, Greeks, as well as Hindus, Scandinavians as well as Egyptians, They all held work in contempt, and Christian society also, in spite of the 2 or 3 biblical texts counseling work. It must not be forgotten that the stream of theological opinion was that work was a mark of condemnation, a sign of our fallen nature, and consequently a necessity which had to be accepted, but in no ways a good or a virtue. This opinion changed with the theologians of the Reformation, who, for the first time, presented the positive aspects of work. But the latter will not become a virtue and a cardinal virtue, the father of all the virtues until the bourgeoisie society of the 18th and 19th centuries. That is the first time in the history of mankind that work becomes a good, the worker a title of nobility. Now, let's not forget that what was the time when the power of the bourgeoisie, when its rise to power was based on work. Having become the ruling class, the bourgeoisie promoted the source of its authority to the status of a value for the whole society. This was the more fitting since the lower classes all worked as they had never worked before, and one had to grant them a moral satisfaction in exchange for the sacrifices one was demanding of them. To work is to pray. This work which you are constrained to perform for the glory of the bourgeoisie is of value, both moral and spiritual. You are doing good, thereby you are working your own salvation. Now, if all were expected to be mobilized for work in this way, this was, in the final analysis, because of the development of the technique. It was technique which both required and made possible this dedication of man to work. The work which has become the principal virtue in our society is technological work, and the virtues which are elaborated in this morality are all connected with work. Thus, while often an ancient vintage, these virtues now are attached to a new objective. They are splendid disciplinary virtues, the virtues of self-control, of devotion, of trustworthiness in one's work, of responsibility in the performance of tasks, of loyalty, of sacrifice to one's occupation, all are fitted into the central cardinal virtue of doing good. They are all linked to the employment of techniques. All the virtues by which we see man glorified and justly glorified are virtues of work. The performance of superior work is the gauge of these virtues, and sacrifice and devotion especially are functions of the creative achievement of technology. All these virtues really have their aim to facilitate the working and utilization of techniques. This entails 3 consequences. People are requesting up. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. What's your name?
Mars. So do you accept God as your creator?
No. Do you accept God as your creator? And what God are you talking about?
Yeah, I believe I'm a Christian.
You
I'm a Christian. Yeah.
okay? So I just always like to start off with, what exactly. Let me see here. Where's your burden of proof? Like, how can you prove it?
I make a transcendental argument for God. Are you familiar with transcendental arguments?
I think I believe so.
Well, they're used to prove what we call like first principle beliefs or like foundational beliefs. So the things that we believe are true that we use to evaluate and interpret the world.
Okay.
Like some people believe the world is there's an external physical world, and some people are what they call idealists, where they think there's like not really an external physical world, that it's all like everything is mental substances. So kind of
Mm-hmm.
like the Matrix or something.
Mm-hmm.
So whether you believe the world is like real and physical or that you're in a matrix, that's going to affect how you like interpret evidence and look at the world, right?
No, exactly. I agree. Like, if you believe in a God, then that definitely suits the way that you would interpret evidence as well. Um, I do think that someone who believes in a matrix, yes, can obviously be atheist or agnostic, but outside of that worldview here, we're talking more so how would your God fit into that transcendental argument? How would you use that as proof?
Yeah, so I argue that the Bible represents one of these like worldviews, a way to like look at the world and interpret reality. And
Mm.
it the
Are you familiar with just, well, just you can't prove something by anything by being secular? Like, you can't prove the Bible with itself. Would you agree with that? Or would you just, because a lot of people also try to do the same thing with their Bibles. So if you go
well,
that route, would that be what you're trying to do here?
I'm saying the claims of the Bible represent a model of reality. And that's the necessary model of reality to make sense of our experience. And you couldn't rationally deny that model of reality.
Uh, I think you can, because what is it? Only because, you know, when I always say that when things in the Bible don't necessarily match up with reality all the way, then we say it's metaphorical. So when is it literal and when is it metaphorical?
Well, that would depend on context. So, but
So how is it an actual trying to depict reality if it's contextual in that sense?
what do you mean? Anytime we talk, we use metaphors and use literal to talk about reality.
Mm-mm, I get what you're saying. I think like in this case, if we're talking about like, the basis of reality and what is it? It's claiming that this is like a truth of reality. What is it? I get if they explicitly state it's a metaphor, but why are we allowed to interpret some things as metaphorical and
Yeah.
figurative and
No,
others not?
we can objectively interpret the Bible. There's like a specific way that we know how to interpret the Bible. That's not an issue.
Mm. So, what things are literal? Would you say or would you say that you are a what is it called when the people believe that? What is it? Was it the young Earth creationist people? Would that tie into your worldview?
Um, I'm kind of agnostic on the age of the Earth. I don't really take a position on that issue.
Mm.
So,
So what
anyways,
literal things can you take from the Bible that, not are like um commandments from your God? Because I don't think a commandment would be any type of proof. Because if your God said that someone should not kill, that's
you have
literally
to
not
say
proof.
unalive.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So
Sorry.
the idea is that like if all let's say there's no God and all we have is what like our human reason and we have what we can see, our observations. That's all we have to establish like knowledge. What we can look at, what we can think about. Well, that without the help of God on its own, it's not enough to like know the world or learn things. So basically the idea is that God is necessary for us to like know anything at all or make arguments or do anything. So it's like you couldn't rationally deny this. Like it's so obvious.
But why? How is it okay for you to place your God and say that um, you can't um, exist or you can't exists this way without my specific God, but other people will tell you the same thing about their God. But then again, like I said, where's your proof? All you're doing is asserting statements about what your God is capable of doing, and you're not really showing how it's manifest in real life. You're just saying that you're making an argument, therefore God exists. That's not how arguments work.
No, I'm saying like God is necessary for evidence, right? So all evidence would be evidence of God. Because I could take any fact and show God's necessary to make sense of that fact.
But that's fallacious because, in a
Not
way, that's
fallacious.
just placing God where um, we have a gap, if that makes sense. And we've been doing
I'm not
that
doing that.
for years.
I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that like, oh, we can't explain this phenomena, therefore God explains the phenomena. I'm saying that like, if we can explain any phenomena, that would be proof of God because God is necessary for explanations at a foundational sense. So
Okay,
if you
but
deny God, it's like denying foundations or explanations.
even if we do prove that leads to a God, which you can't prove and you still
I just
have
did
yet to
prove it.
prove,
I just did prove it.
you just know because if a non-Christian of a different religion came up to you and said the same thing about their God, y'all both would not have any proof and y'all would just be going in a circle right now. You're saying
No,
that you're proving it, but you literally proved nothing.
no, I literally proved it. If evidence, then Christianity is true. We have evidence, therefore Christianity is true. That's a proof. So I
Not
proved it.
at all.
Okay, so when you just say when I prove something and then you go, well, that's just not a proof. That's called being emotional, right? Because you're not.
Yeah.
I provided an argument, and you're not providing a defeater or an undercutter for the argument. So you're just being emotional.
No. Okay, so
I'm looking to talk to
I
rational people.
okay.
Because if you don't care, exactly, you don't care about being rational, then what's the point of giving you a rational argument? Anyways, so what are we doing again here? All these virtues really have at their aim and Phil say they're working in the Ulysses. Three consequences. The gradual elimination of the other moral values, family virtues, good fellowship, humor, play, etc., all that is pushed into the background and counts for less and less. A man may act ignobly towards his comrades or his wife, but if he practices the virtues essential to work, all is forgiven him. He is cited as an example. Most of the great heroes of our day, scientists, aviators, etc., are this type. These virtues are eliminated simply because in the eyes of modern man they no longer count, inasmuch as they have nothing to do with the central motif of our society. Okay, so like let's say LeBron James was like a terrible father. I'm not saying LeBron James is a terrible father, right? I'm just saying hypothetically, let's say LeBron James was a terrible father. I don't know what's a good example. I can't really think. I'm not good at thinking off the top of my head. Like, who's like a good example of a terrible father? P. Diddy, duh. P. Diddy, right? Well, that's kind of a bad example because he is not seen as a good person anymore because he got busted, right? But before he got busted, it's kind of like it doesn't matter that he's a bad father, that he treats people like crap, because he's successful. So if you're successful, like even Ellen, okay, Ellen treated people like crap, but because she was like successful, she was seen as like a good person because of the work. Like work is virtuous. She makes a lot of money. She's successful. she's a virtuous. So she's even able to come back, and she put out another comedy special. So I think that's what it's talking about. It is constantly being said that technology is nothing without man, that when all is said and done, the decision rests with man, and that he is the master of the techniques. But one forgets that, in reality, man is the one who is put into shape to serve the techniques, that the virtues created for him are virtues of work, that the important word is adaptation, and that man has to be adapted, that consequently morality subordinates man to techniques. Technique determines the morality. And so rather than using technique to serve us as man, technique has become the master. Three, in the technological morality, the standard of conduct is objective. A technical, well-made combination must function. Whenever it fails to work, if the technical calculation was correct, then there is a human flaw, laziness, dishonesty, or ill will. The evil is of that kind, in a word, sabotage. To be sure, there may be sabotage objectively considered, whatever might have been the intentions of the individual. What should work doesn't work. This is the fault of the man. Whatever his motives might be, the evil is in the sphere of behavior, and like the good is objectively discoverable. In addition, it is obvious that this behavior, which affects the whole society, should be thoroughly punished. The moral sanction gradually ceases to be a matter of the inward domain of the conscious and becomes political or social. Huh. Okay, so to summarize, in today's society, traditional values like family, friendship, humor, and play have become less important, while work-related values take center stage. A person might act poorly towards others in their personal life, but as long as they're productive and successful at work, they're still praised and seen as an example to follow. This shift happens because modern society values adaptability to the demands of technology and productivity above all else. Under this new technological morality, whether a person's actions are good or bad is judged by how well they help things function smoothly. If something fails despite good planning, it's seen as human flaw, laziness, or dishonesty. Mistakes are viewed as objective failures or sabotage, whether intentional or not, and punished accordingly. This makes morality less about personal conscience and more about how behavior affects society's productivity. But there is another very noteworthy virtue in this morality, namely confidence in the future, an ability to face up tomorrow, an assurance and hope which is astonishing in troubled times. It is the virtue of all possible, which is, of course, the expresses in large part of the value of the normal. All is possible. The virtue of all is possible. Interesting. That's the world they live in, the chance world. Not only is there no predetermined moral or spiritual limit into action, but further, the only acknowledged barrier is that which is not possible today, but which will be tomorrow. Nothing is surprising anymore. Atomic fission, Sputnik, that all belongs to the normal course of events. Tomorrow it will be done better. In fact, this virtue especially expresses a morality of the unbounded, of the limitless, to which modern man is perfectly adapted. The boundlessness of means and of technical success produces a morality of the gigantic and the limitless, the colossal the world's biggest, are expressions of this morality. Man no longer recognizes any limits to his conquest. When man becomes involved in the process of technical development, at no time does he have occasion to stop and say no. In the conviction that technology leads to the good, and that in the final analysis, morality is closely linked to technology, man cannot at any time come to a halt in this march forward. The problem of Oppenheimer and the atomic scientists. From then on, the more becomes a criterion in itself. The greater, the higher, the more powerful, that suffices. The new morality justifies automatically that which is more. It is a close companion to technology in its development and justifies it as it goes along. Supersize it. The good, then, appears as the surpassing of limits. The good is the surpassing of limits. What one cannot do today, he will be able to do tomorrow, and that is good. From the fact that we have to do with a morality of the unlimited, we arrive at a rule of conduct for man, which is perfectly adapted to the requirements of modern society, and which is coextensive with his professional activity. Throughout that aspect, we again see three characteristics of this morality, already indicated in the course of the discussion above. As a whole, it is a morality of occupation, of well-doing, which becomes a total, all-embracing morality for the whole society. It is an essentially total, even totalitarian, collective morality. It is a morality which progressively atrophies the individual virtues of personal morality and which ends the disappearance of the individual moral sense in the degree which it causes the moral problem to disappear. Such are the characteristics of this technological morality in the course of its development. In the last analysis, it appears a suppression of morality through the total absorption of the individual into the group. Just put all this in there. So this footnote says, finally, one should evoke the morality which would arise automatically through biological or chemical manipulations. Let us bear in mind the discourse pronounced by Jean Rostad before the Academy, in which he said this: it is in the direct line of our progress to learn how to control chemically the deeds of our conduct like the other phenomena of life. It is already possible through the use of a hormone or a vitamin or an oligo element to produce an increase of courage, willpower, maternal love. After the tranquilizers will come the moralizers. We are promised soon to have available drugs to reduce envy and to calm ambition. And how long will it be before we have lozenges for devotion, tablets for gentleness, and pills for self-denial? This is nothing but an extension of the technological morality, beginning with the moment when it is only a question of securing behavior in conformity with the collective behavior, apart from any individual decision or responsibility. And then the last paragraph of the chapter Concerning all this, we are obliged to conclude that an answer to the question of the good does not acquire validity through its being consistent with the social environment or with the nature of man, nor through its intellectual rigor, nor through the gravity with which it treats man, but through its foundation. It has no gravity, no depth of rigor, unless it be founded in such a way that man cannot escape it, either by pleading his freedom or his weakness, or again in thinking that he is himself the answer, which only resolves the problem by suppressing it. Okay. In modern society, there's a strong confidence in the future and a sense that anything is possible with technological progress. This limitless mindset means there's no moral or spiritual boundary on what can be achieved, only practical limits that might be overcome with new advancements. The value of bigger and better drives this new morality, celebrating achievements as they grow more powerful, grand, or large scale. People tend to believe that if something can be done with technology, it should be done, regardless of moral questioning. Just technology is just an ought. Like if we can create it, then we should create it. And people do believe this. They will argue in debates that in the future we'll figure out what the ultimate reality is. They just have this blind faith that in the future, T-jump. In the future we'll figure out that there's this like morality field, and we can see morality with a microscope. This technology-driven morality focuses on collective goals and the successes of the group over individual virtues or personal morality. As individuals become absorbed into collective pursuits, they lose some personal moral sense, adapting instead to a group needs and technological goals. Some thinkers suggest that in the future we might see the development of drugs that shape moral behaviors like kindness or courage, which would promote behaviors that benefit society without individual choice. Ultimately, this technological morality raises concerns about what makes something truly good. If morality is only based on fitting into society or advancing technology, it lacks deeper foundation that would make it meaningful or escapable for individuals. Oh man, we're making our way through this book. Okay. The impossibility and the necessity of a Christian ethic. Nice. Now we're getting into the meat. How many pages is this again? Wow, this is a really long chapter when he starts getting a Christian. When he starts getting out Christian, I still got like 70 pages left. Looks like. To Yvette. His wife's name was Yvette. Okay, I'm in the end part of the book where there's only 3 chapters left, but the next chapters are long. The impossibility of a Christian ethic, historic formation of Christian morality, and the necessity for a Christian ethic. He loved his wife. This is his major treatise on Christian ethics. It fleshes out more fully the argument of his earlier book, The Presence of the Kingdom. I read that book. He's a conservative evangelical Protestant. I have no doubt about it. Lowell is dogmatically Christocentric. Everything derives from the fact that Jesus is God, in a manner reminiscent of the early Karl Barth. Lowell stresses the radical break between God's revelation and man's reason, between faith and culture, between Christian life and natural morality, and of the most refined and genteel sort. He avoids the peril of using the Bible as a moral rule book, for morality of Scripture is not made of rules, but of a certain manner of life. Yeah, he says that we're not supposed to. Christianity is a way of life, not like it's a lived. It's something we live. It's not like something written in stone. He ends with the paradox, the impossibility of, and the necessity for a Christian ethic. It's like the paradox of a St. Paul living between the times, necessarily under the old law, yet in the new spirit. It is like Luther's paradox of life within two realms. Just how Illo proposes that the Christian is to cope with his ambiguity of daily life as justified by grace in the forgiving word of God in Christ, glad and free, yet perplexed and bound by the pressing hard choices of his political existence. The reader is invited to pursue for himself. What are you guys doing in the chat, arguing with each other? I don't get this. All right. Well, I wanted to read that chapter, so we got that done. Man, I'm so close to the end of this book. I should be able to finish it pretty soon. Why won't it take me there? Take me home, country road, to the place I belong. West Virginia, my mama. Take me home, country road. My cat's snoring. No intelligent, mature atheists. This is what they do. No intelligent opposition to Christianity. Resistance to the Christian worldview is futile. You must be a Christian or a radical skeptic. These are your options. Resistance is futile. Hi, babe. You gotta repent to join God's gang. You want to be in God's gang? Or do you want to go to a place that will require serious amounts of aloe vera. Because you're going to have a lot of burns. You know, lakeside property. I made a meme. I made this meme for Darth. I can't tell if P. Mars is doing parody of Darth Dawkins or is trying to emulate him as a fanboy. I don't. What do you mean? How am I doing a parody? Like I think Darth is funny. Like, so yeah, I like copy the things he says. He says funny things. Like low information people, or when he kicks someone and he goes bye bye. That's a funny guy. What do you mean? I steal people's jokes. So what? I steal jokes from everyone. You know. I can't like think of things myself, so don't copy Darth. Please think for yourself, bro. Why? That'd be too difficult. It's just easy. Like Darth is a really smart person, and if I just believe what he says, then I'm gonna be smart, and then I don't have to do all the work of like figuring all that stuff out. He can just tell me. He can just tell me what's up. He goes, where do they grow these people? Where do they grow these people? Asserting fairy tales and myths with special pleading and surface knowledge philosophy. Yeah, well, I'm not really into philosophy because secular philosophy ends in ruin, right? It doesn't make sense because the human mind and observation, or human reason and observation, doesn't get you anywhere. So secular philosophy is like whatever. Worldly wisdom is just it's just petty. It's vain. It doesn't matter. His arguments aren't even solid, bro. You can do better than Darth. No, I can't do better than Darth. Darth's the best. What's so funny about him? Like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain that. He subverts expectation, right? Like, comedy is when you expect something to happen, right? And then the opposite of what you expect to happen occurs. Like if you go to a comedy show and you expect to laugh and you don't laugh, that's comedy. What's my family background? I'm just Catholic. No, Darth has a sense of humor. He's trying to be funny sometimes. No, I mean not all the time, you know, obviously, but he cracks jokes. People don't take him seriously because they have what I like to call transphobia, right? It's fear of the transcendental argument for God. And so rather than offer a defeater or undercutter for the transcendental argument for God, the person with transphobia will just say things like what you're saying, like, oh, well, people don't take him seriously, right? That's transphobia. Because if you could just like tell me why the argument doesn't work or whatever, that would be better than just saying people don't take him seriously. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro, respectively. You know his shtick. He doesn't actually engage. Of course he does. He just doesn't allow people to. You think engage means I can just come up here and cheat at debate and I can just lie and rabbit trail and prevaricate and obfuscate? Well, he won't let you do that. You're just mad because he He holds your feet to the fire. You don't like to be challenged. Atheists don't like to be challenged or critiqued. They like just accept our atheism. Don't question it. Don't challenge us. I'm just an atheist. Don't challenge me. Just little old me. I'm just here minding my own business with my atheism. I'm not hurting no one. Mickey Mouse isn't, yeah. God's God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. That's my Mickey Mouse impression. Precept, come on, bro. When have I been dishonest? Oh, dude. When have I ever been dishonest? I've never lied. I would never lie because that would upset the atheist God, and I would go to atheist hell for lying. So I can't lie as an atheist. I have obligations to my atheist God. I would never lie. That's wrong. I'm intellectually dishonest. Or Darth is. Dude, the atheists that talk to him are the how are you not seeing that they're the dishonest ones? They're the ones who are like, I need evidence for the not God world. Or for the God. I need evidence for the God world, but I've somehow accepted the not God world without any evidence. That's intellectually dishonest. Because that's special pleading, right? That's a fallacy. If you have a criteria where like, well, I need evidence to believe something, but you accept like a model of reality where there's no God and you don't have evidence for that model of reality. And then we're like, here's this model of reality where there is a God and there's evidence for this model of reality. And you go, well, I need evidence. There's no evidence, but you've accepted your model without evidence. That's not intellectually honest. No, that's making sense. Evidence to believe, otherwise don't know. Yeah, but you would have to have, if you take the position of like, I don't know there's a God, I don't know there's not a God, you would still need evidence for that position. There's no position that like exonerates you from having evidence. And a debate, you can think of it as a game where we give reasons for our positions. So no position has some privileged status in the game where they don't have to give reasons. That's called cheating. If you want to play the game, but you have to give reasons for your position or you are a cheater. It's like playing Monopoly with someone that just steals from the bank. Once you get upset with them, and people wonder why is Darth upset? Well, people were playing a game and they're cheating. When they go to play Darth, they cheat. Because if you don't cheat against Darth as an atheist, guess what happens? You get made a fool. Because the Bible says when you deny the revelation, you will be made a fool. Human wisdom is foolish. It's futile. It's vain. It goes nowhere. King Solomon had all the wisdom in the world. He said it's vanity. Because all that matters is the love of God. The whole fundamental thing of reality is unconditional divine love. That's the most fundamental thing. That's the whole purpose and meaning of our existence, is to love God and to love each other. That's it. You cannot deny that. You will be made a fool. It's that simple. Spouting nonsense. What is this? He's talking about loving everyone. Well, we must hate. See, atheism, At the end of the day, you guys have a community of hatred. Deconstruction atheism. You are friends with each other because you hate the same thing. So your bond is based off hate. Guess what? Hatred, not sustainable. You will start to hate each other. Power dynamics. Guess what? Christians, we don't come together in our hatred. Well, some Christians do, so I can't say that, but like ideally Christians, we're supposed to have a community where we share a common love, not a common hatred. That's the difference. Love is sustainable. Hate will drain you. Try holding a grudge. It's self-destructive. Even in Eastern philosophy, they know this. They say if you seek revenge, dig 2 graves. Because revenge is a cycle. Love breaks the cycle. Jesus breaks the chains. The evidence for the non-unicorn world. Oh my God. And then he's going to the unicorns. No, I'm intellectually honest. Now, watch me argue about unicorns while claiming I'm intellectually honest. Like, why even bring up... Like, why are these people talking about Santa Claus and leprechauns and unicorns and that as if that's some sort of equivalence to God? Get real, man. These are like teenage mentality arguments. God's like believing in Santa Claus. I'm an intellectual and rational, evidence-based. No, we would have evidence that Santa Claus isn't real, right? Because there would be an expectation of evidence that we don't see. Same for like Bigfoot. So like if Bigfoot existed, we would expect to find a Bigfoot carcass or Bigfoot poop. You know, there would be credible Bigfoot sightings. There's not really credible Bigfoot sightings, right? There's just goofy stuff. So that we have good reason, we have evidence to not believe Bigfoot exists. There's nothing like that for God. What would you expect to see? Let's see here. You would have to have like something, the world, you would have to expect, let's see here. Yeah, there'd have to be something you would expect we would experience in the world if there was a God that we don't experience. That's how you would have to argue it, but I don't know how. I don't think you could possibly make that argument.
Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I like your image, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, like I tell people I'm agnostic, and then they start talk about Quran, Bible, and then I'm atheist. Yeah, this really me, man.
For real. Yeah, you identify with, you relate to that, huh?
Yeah, like I can relate.
So, do you think atheism is rational?
I mean, it's in the mind, so yeah and no. It's more like you don't accept a God, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of looking to talk to like rational people. So,
You say what?
I'm looking to talk to rational people because I'm trying to prove Christianity rationally, you know?
Yeah, I'm an atheist, so it's a little bit hard then.
Okay, well, thanks for coming, man. I wish you well. I'm glad you liked my meme. Hey, no one. Welcome, no one. Are you related to nobody?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. What would you like to say?
I just wanted to hear your best evidence for God.
Yeah, I make a transcendental argument for God, where I'll say that, like, basically human reason and observation without help from God's revelation is not sufficient to make sense of our experience and understand the world. Therefore, God's revelation would be necessary to understand the world and have knowledge.
Right, so that's an argument, though. Do you have any evidence to support the first premise?
Yeah, only the Christian worldview can make sense of our experience, right? Any other worldview would implode at
No,
a
you just
foundational. Well,
all
that's
you've
the
done there is
evidence.
restate the first premise.
Yeah,
No, arguments are not evidence, right? No.
Sure they are.
Arguments are a set of premises. No.
They're called
Arguments are a set of
proofs.
premises. Correct. Proofs, not evidence. Arguments are a set of premises that are interconnected, right? And as long as the premises are valid in structure, and sound, then the conclusion must be true. However, the soundness is what we're getting to here.
Right.
If a premise is sound, that means it's true.
Correct.
But you can't say that a premise is true without backing it up with evidence.
Right.
So do you have any evidence to validate your first premise?
Well, right. I'm saying that God is necessary for evidence, right? So if you believe in evidence, then that evidence itself, the fact that evidence is possible, is the evidence of God. Like, essentially, God is necessary for arguments, right? So do you think, like,
That's your claim, though. Do you have evidence to support it?
Yeah, the fact that we can make an argument is the evidence. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Yes.
That's circular, then.
It's not circular.
That is circular.
No,
You're
it's
saying
not.
arguments are possible because God, and my argument is true because God makes arguments possible. That is literally circular.
God is necessary for arguments. Well, if it's true that God's necessary for arguments, let's say hypothetically that's true. Would that not prove?
Because that's a presupposition.
I'm just saying for the sake of argument, because this is my argument. If it's the case that God is necessary to make an argument, then and the fact that we can make an argument would be an evidence of God, right?
I agree. Your argument is valid in structure, right? But your first premise is unfounded. It's not sound.
No, it is sound.
It's not sound.
Okay, so if we lived in a world where, like, all the objects in the world were randomly coming in and out of existence and changing properties, so that, like, an apple would just turn into a car, and then the car would turn into Dawn dish soap, and then the Dawn dish soap turns into a toaster. Like, in a world like that, could you make an argument?
Well, do we live in a world like that?
Well, that's the atheist world. That's the non-God world.
No, it's not the atheist world.
Yes, sure it is. So what in atheist? Sure it is. What in your world or a non-God world? What would limit the properties of a thing, or the state of existence of a thing, so that it has a limit to its state of existence? Because if there's no limit to the states of existence of an entity or a thing that exists, it has no limit, then it could just be anything randomly at any time. There's nothing limiting it. So what would limit, like, an apple? Okay, so then what would limit the laws of physics?
what would limit the laws of physics?
Yeah, because if there's no limit
Do you
to
think
the
the
laws
laws
of
of physics are
physics,
like? Do you think the laws of physics are like physical objects that exist and
I
can
think
change?
I think they're immaterial objects. So that's going to be another issue. Like, how would you explain an immaterial object? But let's just say you can.
Immaterial.
What would limit the
What is an
properties of the laws
immaterial
of physics?
object? How would you explain that? That's a good question.
It's like a number. Like 5 is an immaterial object. Okay, so then what would
Okay.
limit the properties of like So that's just you're kicking the can down the road. You're not answering the question
Well,
because you can't
well,
answer the
what
question.
limits the
It's
properties
God.
of numbers, right?
It's God.
What limits the properties of numbers?
God.
God limits the properties of numbers?
Yes. In your world,
Can
there's
you
nothing.
demonstrate that in any way?
It's revealed to us in the Bible. God says that He is ultimate. Everything derives and depends upon Him. And since God's
That's a claim.
mind, yeah, it's the claim. But when you say that's a claim, you have to assume the claim is true to speak.
No.
Correct.
You don't have to assume the claim is true.
Okay, well then, when you say it's a claim is like a group, right? A group of it's like a category that we put any proposition that like that we put propositions in, right?
What's the difference between a claim and a proposition?
A claim is just all the propositions. It's a group that includes all propositions.
That makes no sense.
A claim is a
claim
word.
Is a group that includes all propositions?
Yeah, a claim is a group. It's a you're using the word claim to identify a group of things that we call propositions, right? You said I'm making a claim. The word claim is a category of things, right? You're referring to a category. A group of things. A category. Hello?
Yes, I'm aware of what a category is, but
Okay,
I don't
so
understand how a claim is the group of all propositions. That's nonsense.
In Christianity, categories exist in God's mind, right? So when you say claim, that would refer to something, an actual reality in the mind of God, this category that exists in God's mind. But you're not a Christian. So when you say the word claim, where is the category? What does that word refer to? What's that category? What is that? Where is it? Yeah, I think you might. Did you go to Google it? See, when he says, I'm just making a claim, he has to assume the claim I'm making is true to even say, I'm just making a claim. And it's so stupid, as if that's some sort of defeater or undercutter to my argument to go, that's just a claim. That's just an emotional response to logic. This is transphobia, ladies and gentlemen. They're afraid of the transcendental argument for God. And so because they're transphobic, they go, that's just a claim, as a way to other our argument. They want to marginalize our argument. They want to other us and go, oh, you're just making a claim. Oh, that's just an assertion. Well, that's transphobia. Marginalizing a small group of presuppositional apologists. For shame. No tolerance in these people. You know, as a Christian, I pride myself on my tolerance. I tolerance a lot. I try to tolerance things. And they ran away, see? Well, once again, No intelligent, mature-minded opposition to the might and strength of the Christian worldview. Resistance to Christianity is futile. It'll just dull your mental faculties. You'll become a fool. Welcome, guest.
What's up, dude?
Just presenting logical arguments to people who just believe what they want to be true and they don't care about evidence. You know, typical day on TikTok.
I guess that's right.
Right. So what's up with you? Do you accept God as your creator?
What god? No, like
So
which
that's a
god?
dodge.
Which god are you referring to, bro?
Are you a member of the LA Dodgers? Because that was a dodge.
No, I mean, I'll answer it. What god are you talking about?
The Christian God.
Oh, no, I don't. Dodge that shit. Yeah, whatever. No, I don't.
Why not?
I mean, dude, I'm not convinced, and I will say his supporters are also not very convincing that is a good way to live, a right way to live.
So what convinced you that there is no God?
I didn't say there's no God. I said there's no Christian God. That little fantasy in like a book that has been so deeply analyzed is making no sense to have lined up with that man's life. But regardless of that,
do you believe in God?
I think that's just as a whole.
Do you believe in God?
No, not for real.
Yeah, so how did you determine that there is no God?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't go into anything trying to prove a negative, honestly.
Okay. Would you say that like atheism is irrational?
No, like I said, I don't think I'd go into anything trying to prove a negative.
Well, if there's no rationale for atheism, then we're not
that's exactly irrational. Like, it is irrational to try and prove a negative. Like you're saying,
well,
prove to me that God does not exist. Okay, bro. Prove to me that you don't go streaking at like 3 a.m. Prove that to me.
If you can't
like that's illogical, and that's what you're doing with God.
Oh, you're kind of a low information person, right? Because if you can't prove a negative, then you couldn't prove a positive either.
Well, you can prove if something's true. Like if you broke into someone's home and there's fingerprints.
You can prove a negative.
Yeah, you can prove if you break into someone's home and there's fingerprints. Like you can prove something that happened. But if you try and prove that somebody did something that they didn't do, that's proving a negative. So it's illogical to do what you're doing.
I can prove a negative easily. Like you don't know what you're talking about logic.
Okay.
There's no
in that?
Yeah, there's no Apache helicopter in my refrigerator because the dimensions of my refrigerator would make it metaphysically impossible to put an Apache helicopter in the refrigerator because the helicopter is bigger than the refrigerator, you see. So we can prove a negative there. It's impossible to put a helicopter in my refrigerator. There you go.
Yeah, I would agree that if we tried to put a helicopter in your refrigerator, it wouldn't fit because that's true. It wouldn't fit. So that's proving a positive. You're proving something that's true, and you can do that.
The helicopter will not fit in the refrigerator. Or I could say there is no helicopter in the refrigerator because it can't fit in the refrigerator.
Is there a helicopter in the refrigerator?
We could say that there's no helicopter in the refrigerator, a negative.
Okay. And there's not. So there you go. That's the truth.
So we proved a negative.
Brother, I don't think you know what that means. That was quite the opposite. Everyone in the comments is like hand and face. You know.
You're saying I'm not proving a negative with my helicopter proof? That's not proving a negative?
No, that's not. That's the opposite.
Goodbye! Just want to lie. They just want to lie. Did you disconnect or something?
Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call.
Oh, okay. I don't remember what we were talking about.
The last thing I heard was claim is a group that contains all propositions.
Oh, right. You said I'm just making a claim. Okay, so claim is like a group or a category, right? And categories exist in the Christian mind, in the mind of the Christian God. Right? Sorry, categories exist in a divine conceptual way in the mind of God. So when I say claim, that word refers to something that exists. When you say claim, where do categories exist? What does that word refer to?
Okay, I see what you're talking about now.
See, you must be referring to my claim. You must be, when you say I'm making a claim, that word must be referring to the mind of the Christian God, where that category would actually exist, surely. So,
I mean, no.
Oh, well then where is it referring to?
It's referring to a claim. Metaphysics doesn't have to exist anywhere, right? It's not a physical
So you're
object
saying
that needs a location
when you say
to
I'm just
exist
making
in.
a claim, that word doesn't refer to anything in reality. It's just a fantasy word.
Nothing physical in reality, no.
Right. So
Right.
then that doesn't mean anything then. So that's kind of, don't you think that's kind of a problem when your words don't mean anything?
Is math physical? Where does the number 1 exist, right?
In the mind of God.
And then how can I think of it if it exists in the mind
Because
of God?
you were made in God's image, so you can think sort of like God. See how that makes sense? And how your system is irrational and nonsensical. You see that? I think you got another call. No. My words refer to things in reality. Your words refer to like some Harry Potter fiction. So your whole life is a fantasy unless you accept Christianity. I think you left. Well, he probably doesn't care, right? He's probably just like, whatever. Harry Potter. I'm a Harry Potter character atheist. Welcome, Tab.
What's going on, P. Mars? So let's so I came up to talk about the meme, right? And so this is something that I find, I know you put this up for Darth, and this is something that I find him to be extremely intellectually dishonest about, right? And anytime that somebody tries to counter or explain why they disagree with his argument for why agnosticism is atheism, he pretty much blocks them, shuts them down, like bullies them, kind of just never lets anybody explain their definition. And I think there's a reason why he won't let people do that. But I'm just asking you. Do you think that all agnostics are atheists?
Your definition doesn't matter. If I define myself as Jeff Bezos, am I Jeff Bezos?
No.
Right. So who cares about your definition? That's what we're saying. We look at the definition of agnostic and we do a conceptual analysis on it, and it can't be.
So let's talk about the words. So you want to say, hey, that's a word, there's a definition. We can describe the things, and the things we're describing is what he's rejecting. He's rejecting of anybody holding the agnostic position.
You can't be neutral to the Christian God because the Christian God is obvious.
Well, yeah.
Necessary.
So basically, your whole argument boils down to, I think that it is self-evident that the Christian God exists.
No, the Christian's God is necessary. You can't be neutral. Can you be neutral that 2 + 2 = 4?
No, hold on. Before we go any further on this. So, when everybody tries to go and have a conversation and basically say, I am atheist to your God, and tries to get down to a local God concept of the Christian God, he pushes back and says, no. When you're taking your position of being an atheist or being agnostic or whoever it may be, he only holds them at the global God concept. We're only talking about a global God concept. So when someone says I am agnostic to the global God, to a global God concept, or I'm an atheist, we're talking to to the global God concept. So that's all we're talking about here.
Yeah, you can't be agnostic or neutral to the global God concept because the global God concept would include revelatory gods. And if God's obvious,
that's your definition of a God.
Neutral to that.
That's only your definition of a God.
My definition of a God would be included in the global God.
Yeah, but no. So you make a claim of your God, correct?
If part of the global God concept would include obvious gods that reveal themselves,
No.
you
The
would
revelatory
you
God
can't be
is
neutral to those God
unique to Christian.
concepts.
No, in your personal belief, you think that the Christian God is the has the uniqueness of the only one that has revelatory powers. Correct? Do you think that that Allah is revelatory? Do you think that in Hinduism that Brahman is revelatory? Do you think that in people who Germanic paganism, that their gods are revelatory, or Hellenistic, people who believe in the Hellenistic gods, that they're revelatory?
No, it's a specific definition that would
So
apply
that's a
to
local God concept.
Judaism, Islam,
Yeah, yeah.
and
Yeah,
Christianity.
yeah. So basically, so when you put the revelatory, that's bringing it down to the Christian God that is a
So
local.
the
It's
global
it's a local.
God concept would include all local God concepts.
No,
Yes. You don't know what you're talking about.
no, you don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
You're
Have
saying
a nice
basically
day.
local.
See
You're
ya.
saying local God definitions are.
Freaking argue semantics. Boring.
Oh yay! I've been waiting, man. I've been waiting to chat. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. Arguing semantics and quibbling semantics with people that hate Jesus.
Hell yeah, man. Oh yeah, preaching the word. I hear it. So do you want like my standpoint on my like beliefs? I guess to start this
Sure, yeah,
conversation.
sure. Do you accept God as your creator?
No, I believe that all religions were created as a scapegoat for weak men.
Okay. Well, I don't really care if you think that.
Why not?
Why would I care?
Why should I care what you think?
I wouldn't expect you to, but I can prove Christianity is true. I can prove the Bible's true. I'm not just saying it's my opinion, right?
Okay, so prove to me.
Yeah. Human reason and observation without the aid of God's revelation is not sufficient to have evidence or argue anything. And therefore, since God is necessary for an argument, any argument against God would be a contradiction. And
Yes,
therefore, you can't argue
just
against
like,
God.
That's just like say word semantics. Like you don't have any like tangible proof of your God existing.
Sure, we have tangible proof. We have, like, the Bible's tangible. The history of the church and God interacting with people is tangible. And there's also, we have the uniformity of nature, right?
Yeah, so like the
That's
book
tangible.
the books from the Bible came from like caves that they stuffed little parchment papers into vases. And about I believe it's 14 of the books aren't in the Bible anymore. So I mean,
No one cares. Okay, so there's uniformity in nature in the world, right?
Yeah, but like, hold up, you can't say no one cares. That was your point.
No, you don't understand my point.
How do I not? Then can you?
So, to do science, there has to be order in the world, right? To get repeatable results on an experiment.
I mean, there doesn't really have to be order. There just has to be a continuous state of whatever action you're doing to get the same results.
There doesn't have to be order. There just has to be order. Is that what you're saying?
No, order in the way that like you're saying is like God, like the trees couldn't blossom the way that they can because God put in the place for the trees to do so. It's a pretty weird argument.
You're
like I'm not trying to like.
Okay. Do you know like scientific experiments rely on this proposition that the future will resemble the past? Do you understand that?
Okay.
So how do we know that proposition is true? Because if we can't justify that proposition as true, then science is impossible.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like there's been a lot of words said, but with no proof of God.
Okay. I feel like I'm about ready to kick you because you're really.
I'm not trying to like rage bait anybody. I'm not trying to annoy you. I'm just trying to like understand.
You're not being but you're not. You're not being cooperative. You're a liar. You hate God.
I don't
hate God. You hate
I don't
God. You're
hate
a
God.
liar. You hate God. You're
I
a
don't
total
hate God.
scumbag. You're completely depraved and
I don't
degenerate.
hate God.
You're a liar.
I was baptized October
I hear
31st of
lies.
2011. What are
I'm
you
hearing
talking about?
emotions and lies.
What are you
Wait, are
talking
you a
about, dude?
Christian?
Am I a Christian? No, I denounced my faith in 2015.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. You hate God.
No, I don't hate God. I just think that God's. I don't think He's right. I
You're
think you guys are wrong.
self-deceived. You're deceiving
How
yourself.
am I deceiving myself?
Because you hate God and you're telling me you don't. So you're
But
lying
I
to
never
me and
once
you're
said that
lying
I
to
hate. How do
yourself.
you know that I hate God?
That's what the Bible says.
The Bible said. The Bible. Show me what verse says that if I don't believe that I hate Him. Because in my readings of the Bible, it says that you should be willing to teach the people of the word of the gospel.
It
That you
says in
should be.
Galatians. Well, you already know the gospel, but you hate it. So the issue is you have
Yes,
to.
I know the gospel because there's stories
Okay,
like
the issue
Hosea.
isn't me needing to teach you about Jesus. The issue is that you have a bias that you hate Jesus,
No, I
and
don't
you
hate
deny
Jesus.
your bias, and that is the issue. Also,
You don't
you're
even know his
arrogant.
name. You don't even
So
know
you
his
have to humble
name.
yourself, and
You
you have
don't
to
even know
stop
his
hating
name,
God.
dude.
You
What is
probably
his
have daddy
what's Jesus'
issues. You
name?
got to
What's
forgive your
Jesus' name?
father.
What's
You got to
Jesus'
forgive
name?
your father.
What's Jesus' name? Answer the one. What's Jesus' name?
Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's not. He spoke Aramaic. There was no letter J in his fucking language. You're
Thank
so
you for
fucking
coming.
stupid.
I wish
You're
you
so
well.
fucking stupid.
This is what they do, folks. They don't understand that they hate God. They're deceiving themselves. They're deceiving themselves, and they they deny that they're deceiving themselves. It's like trying these debates. It's like imagine your friend has a really bad problem with drinking, okay, and you're like, listen, buddy, I'm your friend. I love you. And I think you got a problem. You're drinking too much. They're going to come up with every, oh, well, my dog, I had to put my dog down. So it's just, it's been hard. So just lately I've been just drinking a little bit more, to deal with that or, whatever. They will never admit they have a problem with drinking. Well, this is the same thing with these atheists, these non-Christians, right? They have a spiritual problem. And the hardest thing they'll tell you in AA that the first step is admitting you have a problem. But they don't want to admit that they hate God. They've deceived themselves that they're neutral. Oh, I'm just not convinced. Oh, there's not enough evidence. Oh, there's contradiction in the Bible. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. It's just like the person drinking making excuses. If you want, humans can rationalize anything. Like a person could be just like totally obviously having a drinking problem and they can still come up with like rationale. Like, oh, well, I had to chug that liter because, my dog died or I lost my job. So I had to chug the liter. Oh, I had a hard day at work. I deserve to chug this liter. We're so good at justifying our own behavior. We avoid critique. We don't, we ignore people who try to give us advice from our outside perspective, right? And we make ourselves our own masters of like what's true, what's good. But you have to humble yourself. It's hard because naturally we're worldly, corrupt, we're arrogant. So of course you want to decide what's true. You want to decide what's good. And when a Christian comes and says, look, you're not the master of truth and righteousness, that Jesus is the master. Jesus decides what's true. Jesus decides what's good. Why would they give up their position of deciding truth and righteousness? They make themselves God. They're already in a position. We have to tell them, look, you can't be God. Jesus is God. Why would they give up being God? They're already God. So first thing you need is like humility, pride, very bad. If you're arrogant, prideful, you're never going to accept Jesus. You have to be humble. And you have to admit you have a problem and you need a savior. And that's it. And then repent, and it's all good. And then you can experience peace, joy, and happiness. You don't have to be a PhD philosopher because God chooses the wise or the foolish. Sorry. You don't have to have a PhD, right? Because God chooses the fools to shame the wise. You don't have to be a lawyer or a politician because God chooses the meek to show the frailty of the strong. Christianity completely reverses the social order. You think you're an outcast? In heaven, the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. You're not an outcast. You're number one to God. Prove it.
Hey, Priestop, how are you doing today?
Well, man, I guess I'm feeling preachy.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah.
Now people can't say you haven't read the Bible.
I had a really good live last night where I got up to like 100 viewers. It's pretty crazy for like 2 hours.
Oh yeah, I popped in and saw that. That was amazing.
Yeah, that'd be cool if I could keep blowing up. Because I don't know, I like doing this. I like the content. So the more viewers, the more people we can talk to, like meeting new people and stuff. So
Yeah, it's good to reach like a wider audience.
yeah, when I debated on Discord, you just talk to the same people day after day after day. Although like the atheists are kind of like they have a script, so it is kind of like you talk to one, you talk to all of them. A little bit.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, it's been pretty fun. Hey, welcome, Julie. I haven't proven God existed yet. Yeah, I proved it. I don't know why they don't understand the proof. It's like a if P then Q, P therefore Q, right? So I'm making an argument about arguments. If we're able to argument, if we can argue, then the Christian worldview is true. We can argue, therefore the Christian worldview is true. So since the Christian worldview is necessary to even make an argument, anytime you would try to argue that Christianity is not true, you would be contradicting yourself, because you would have to assume Christianity is true to argue, then to make the argument that Christianity is not true. It's a contradiction. And therefore, due to the impossibility of the contrary, we know Christianity is true. Simple. That's the proof.
Oh, I didn't even realize I was let in here. Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Something interesting that I heard you were saying with the last viewer was you were saying that humans are able to kind of justify anything for, like, let's say, alcoholism or, drug use because of whatever's going on in their life. Wouldn't that same kind of, like, I guess, use of thought be able to be used for, like, religion?
Sure. I mean, I think that problem isn't exclusive to non-believers. The point I was making is that, like, I'm offering a logical proof for my position. So it's not like that guy's position was just like, well, there's no evidence. Therefore, I'm not convinced. Therefore,
Yeah.
and I'm just trying to point out that that's not the case, because if I can prove Christianity is true and you don't accept that proof, and you don't have any like reason to not accept it, that means you're being like emotional. You're believing what you want rather than what the evidence indicates. And that's what I'm saying about like self-deception. Believing what you want.
Okay. I wasn't in there for that moment when we were talking about the proof and everything. What would be your proof?
So it's a transcendental proof, which is kind of like people aren't really familiar with that type of reasoning. It's a bit different. So the idea is that like if God exists and God's who he says he is, God is like the most foundational, fundamental thing there is. Like he created everything. So that would mean God's a foundational belief. Well, foundational beliefs are notoriously sort of difficult to verify or prove because they're so he's foundational to proof itself. So this philosopher developed a transcendental argument. It's basically the idea is that like there's this necessary relationship between knowledge or like learning, being able to understand the world. There's a relationship between knowledge and the Christian worldview, because knowledge is all like, imagine if we lived in a world where everything was just randomly changing all the time. Like literally objects.
Like everything is structured, basically.
Yeah. You couldn't have knowledge in that world, because if I made a claim like the cat is on the mat, well, a second after making that claim, maybe the cat turns into a dog or whatever. It disappears or something. So you can't have knowledge of everything.
Yeah.
There has to be some like order to have coherence. And so the idea is that like, yeah, the worlds that deny God, that which like structures and orders reality, if you deny the structure and the order to reality, it's like you couldn't even know anything. You'd live in a world that's like topsy-turvy. But we don't live in that world. We experience this like order and structure. And then so only the idea is that only Christianity can explain what we're experiencing.
Well, so I feel like, all right, one, I feel like if you're going to make the argument, you can make the argument for that philosopher right there. But one, you would have to prove that one, there is a God, that two, the philosopher is right. And then three, this logic does not kind of work for every other religion that claims to have a God.
Yeah. The idea is that the argument comes from the pages of Scripture itself. And the attributes of the Christian view are unique to Christianity, so no one has those attributes. And those attributes are like necessary to understand the world. So you can't deny that type of world. So it's literally like you either accept Christianity or radical skepticism. You wouldn't be able to know anything. That's like the situation the argument puts you in.
Okay. But now using this like philosopher's logic, right? This is a guy. Is this like a?
It's not some guy's.
Like
it's not just some guy's logic. It's an objective proof. It's a valid argument.
Proof.
It's like
if
P then
it's
Q.
just an argument. So we're trying to dictate rules of like a god or you're a god, right?
Well, that's how we know if something's true through arguments. That's how else would we know if something's true? It's through an argument.
We could just test it. Like
no,
like me saying
it would still require an argument.
I mean, I suppose, but this guy's making an argument on something that we've never seen happen. We've never lived in a place that has constant change. So how would we know that we wouldn't be able to get knowledge from a place that has constant change?
Because any knowledge claim you make could change the second you make it.
I mean, yeah, based on that argument, but no one has
to
ever
Imagine if there was no consistency to our language, that the definitions we used of words changed every time you use a word. And like, how would I even know what you're saying? Because the definitions keep changing, and I don't know what they're changing to, right?
I suppose, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to make sense. You couldn't make sense of anything. That's what we're talking about here. Like, there has to be some organization or structure to reality. And if you have no like explanation for that organization or that structure, then you're in the world where anything is possible.
But now
And that can't be true.
you would have to prove that the reason why everything is organized is God, not necessarily that everything is organized therefore God.
I'm saying God revealed himself as the one that organizes everything. We experience that organization. It's undeniable. Therefore, God exists.
I don't think that's a fair claim because there are multiple gods that are being used that have been used for the same claim of like a fine-tuned dimension or a fine-tuned universe. But,
Yeah, but
I think it's unfair to, yeah.
I could just illustrate why those are false gods because they have problems and there's like Allah, the Islam God, is the great deceiver. If your God deceptive, he's not. The Christian God is only reveals truth. So we couldn't have truth in a world where God lies to us. We wouldn't know what's true or false. We can only know truth if God is always truth revealing. So that would be like an essential, necessary property to like make arguments and have truth in the world. Therefore, Islam is false. So we can just do this with any religion or whatever.
I suppose.
It's a lock solid argument. Like I thought of every critique and I studied this argument. There's like, it's a solid proof for God, but it's just people don't accept it because they just want to believe whatever they want. They don't care about objective proof.
Well, you can't saying oh, what if the universe was different, therefore we can't have knowledge isn't solid proof. Like it's an interesting question at best, but
do you think you could you deny logic being true?
Well, let's try it with do you have another statement that you can use where I could falsify or accept?
Well, I'm saying logic itself, because we use logic to determine if something's true, right?
Sure.
Right. So could you claim that logic is false, that logic is not true? Could you do that?
Well, if the premise that you're using is like if it makes sense and if everything is, sound, then no.
Well, think about this. If I were to try to say logic is false, right? Logic doesn't work.
Sure.
I would have to use logic to say logic is false. You see?
I guess.
So we could say, well, logic must be true because if I try to deny logic, I have to use logic. Therefore, to the impossibility of the contrary, logic must be true.
Okay.
So that's like the best evidence we can have because it's literally, that's better than any scientific evidence can be found out to be incorrect in the future because we find some new discovery and we find something that we believed to be true with scientific evidence. We now know it's false because of a new discovery, right?
Okay.
But logic, because it's impossible to be false, we're never going to discover something in the future that's going to be like, oh, we were wrong about logic. It's because it's literally impossible for it to be wrong. So that's the best type of evidence we can have for something being true, right? And that's the same evidence I'm presenting for God. It's literally the best evidence possible. I'm saying that any attempt to deny God, just like logic, you would have to assume God is true because God is necessary to prove anything. God's necessary for arguments and evidence as a foundation to have arguments or evidence.
I think you're just jumping the claim at that point because
I'm not.
Because first you're starting your whole argument with your conclusion. God is real.
No, I'm not.
My argument is you just said to have any kind of argument, you'd have to assume that God is real.
The first premise is just saying that there's a necessary relationship. And we can demonstrate that, like, to make an argument, the Christian worldview is necessary. We can make arguments.
Wait, hold on, stop right there. So right there in that first part right there, you would have to assume that you believe in God to have a relationship with him to make the rest of this argument.
No, I just have to show that the Christian worldview is necessary. If I can show the Christian worldview is necessary to make an argument, that's all I need to show.
But now, so let's say at the first part of your argument, you started off like, okay, you have to have the relationship for this to make sense. That's like saying, oh man, I went into my refrigerator, all the food is gone. Therefore, my sister ate all the food, but you live with like 12 people. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there are some kind of logistic steps to link it to your sister before you can prove
That's
that
why
the food eaten was.
That's why we can prove it by we go, okay, let's assume your position's true, right? And then I can show how your position makes like knowledge impossible or something. And then I go, let's assume my position's true. But look, Christianity makes knowledge possible. And that's how we know it's true.
So being an atheist, I don't believe that the universe is a crazy, random, like bizarre world.
Okay, but it doesn't matter it doesn't matter what you believe. What can you prove?
Okay.
Because we're in a debate, so you have to prove things, right? Can you prove that the universe isn't random all the time?
It's random enough. Like, if we're talking about like the creation of like the earth or the chances of us being exactly where we are, the chances were surprisingly low, like super, 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 super low.
Well, how can you talk about chances, probabilities?
Because we can see, so let's say this. There are 8 planets in the universe. Yeah. In the solar system, apologize.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem, right? When you say when you say there's 8 planets in the solar system, that assumes the order that I'm questioning. Because in the world where everything's random, well, that number it could just randomly change. Now there's 5 planets. Now there's 20 planets. Like, it can just keep changing. There's nothing that would maintain this order that we always have 8 planets in our solar system.
You're arguing something that doesn't exist and can't exist and won't ever exist. It's impossible.
What? I'm saying I can explain the order, that why there's consistently 8 planets. How could you say there's consistently 8 planets without God?
You saying that God is the reason why everything is consistent is like me saying that, look, Spider-Man has only stood up for good in all of New York. Therefore, the order of the universe is only going through Spider-Man. Like, it's a big jump to just say this person did it.
No, it's not a jump. You're being childish. God revealed himself over thousands of years. We have a Bible. We have metaphysical realities, which I'm explaining, exemplify ultimate intention, ultimate design. There's no getting out of this argument. Spider-Man isn't going to save you.
Whoa. Yes, he is. I've seen the books.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of looking to talk to rational people, so I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to move on.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm just bringing up a point here. Like,
you're not.
I can continue arguing, but now
you're talking about Spider-Man.
The reason why I brought up Spider-Man was just to prove that just because we know about a character and that character has a book and people have read the book does not necessarily prove that the character exists.
Do you think the external world exists?
Elaborate on that. Like I'm 5.
I don't believe you can prove the external world is real if you deny God's revelation.
Do you mean the external world, like the world that we roam around with the trees, the bushes, etc., etc.? Okay.
When you look at the table and you see an apple, sure, you perceive there's an apple on the table, but just because you perceive that apple, it doesn't follow that the apple is there in an actual external physical reality. So what? Don't you think that's a problem?
Like, I feel like when you start the arguments, the initial problem is that you started off with God is real and things would always be changing. Since things
saying
don't change,
no.
there is a God.
Let's say there's no God. You're looking at the apple. You can't prove the
Yes.
apple is there in an external physical world, right? You couldn't prove that.
An external physical world, like
Yes.
something outside of like physical touch, basically.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I just describe these words like I'm 5.
You don't know what I mean by external. Like external as opposed, there's an internal world, like the world of your mind and dreams and stuff.
Okay, sure.
Fantasy. It's an internal world. And then there's this external world that we say there's like this physical material reality that we live in. The external world. Right. So you perceive there's an apple on a table in an external physical reality, but you would have no justification for that belief because just because you perceive an apple, it wouldn't follow that your perception means that the apple's actually there in an external physical world, right?
Well, so look at this. If there's an apple on the table, I can touch, I can smell, I can bite the apple, I hand it off to my friend. Hey, look, this is an apple. He could touch, bite, taste the apple. These are things that I would make a claim that's an apple on the table. I would investigate it. I would see it's an apple. I can hand it off to someone else and they would get the same conclusion that it's an apple.
But just because someone else sees the apple, that just means you have a uniform experience. It doesn't mean that you're actually experiencing something in an external physical world. It just means you have a uniform experience. So that doesn't get you to objectivity. So you can't you can't prove the apple is actually there, can you?
Yeah, like I think the proof, like the uniform, like if I took this apple and somehow, some way, right? This is just a theoretical. If I could give this apple to any other person on the planet, they would say it's an apple, and if I put it on the table, it's an apple on the table.
Like a dog to its vomit. I just told you how that doesn't work. And you're just like a dog to its vomit, repeating yourself. I understand you and another person and 20 people can look at the apple and see it. But it doesn't follow that because 20 people can see the apple, that the apple actually is there. All that proves is you have a uniform experience. Your experience and the experience of the group doesn't get you to that the apple actually exists in a physical external reality. Are you aware of this?
So you can say the 20 people thing, but I said every single person on the planet.
All right, thanks for coming. I wish you well, but you hate God.
I know I was giving you a hard time, but come on, it's okay.
I'm going to kick you. I'm going to kick you, but I just want you to know that you're not neutral and you can't neutrally interpret facts, and you hate God. And so every fact and evidence you interpret with hatred for God, and that's why you aren't a Christian.
If I hate him, then I would hate Santa too. That's not true.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a complete misinterpretation of the argument.
Of course, he doesn't care.
Okay, so all you were just talking about is solipsism. If you're going to claim solipsism, then you can't prove anything. So what does God have to do? How does the existence of a God disprove solipsism?
Because if God exists, since God designed the world and designed our mind, God serves as a unifying principle that puts our mind in direct contact with the objects of knowledge. So we escape
Okay, but no, because you're literally begging the question. You're saying solipsism exists, but God is outside of solipsism. Why is God not part of that worldview of I can't prove anything exists? I can't prove God exists because we all have, we might all have uniform experiences of God, but that doesn't prove that God exists.
When you say I'm begging the question, you're making a classical mistake.
That's fine, but that's fine. I may have used the wrong thing, but can you go back to what I just talked to?
Excuse me. When you say I'm begging the question, you're making a classical mistake. You're confusing an argument with an explanation. So explanations and arguments are different. Like arguments can't beg the question, right? That's a fallacy. But explanations, it's not. since they're not an argument, you can't accuse it of begging the question. And my explanation of the world, the Christian worldview, connects our minds to the objects of knowledge, so that that explanation defeats solipsism.
Okay. So can you address what I said, where I said if all humans had uniform experience of God, like we had uniform experience of the apple, you said that if we have that for the apple, we can't still use that to prove the existence of God. So if we had all uniform experiences of God, we can't say that that is a proof of God.
Correct. We wouldn't use our uniform experience of God to prove God. We would use God's revelation to prove God.
And isn't that an experience of God?
Yeah, but it's not true. Cool. Hold on. It's not true because it's an experience. It's true because it's a revelation. So what you're doing is you're confusing like empirical epistemology with a revelatory epistemology. So I have a revelatory epistemology. What you're trying to bring up is a problem for empiricism. I'm not an empiricist.
So explain it again. How is it that even though this revelation is something that we all experience, or claim we claim it's all the same?
I'm not an empiricist.
I don't understand.
I'm not an empiricist.
So why are you bringing up empirical evidence with the
problems that have to do with experience and observation? That's our problems for empiricists, and atheists or non-Christians tend to be empiricists. So that's why I was bringing up with problems for empiricists. I am not an empiricist. I have a revelatory epistemology. So those problems are not problems for me. I defeat those problems with God's revelation.
Wow. And you don't see how that's special pleading or anything like that?
How would it be special pleading?
Because you're saying all of these problems don't apply to me because I have God's revelations.
Well, no, dude, it's because it's why would like empirical problems for an empiricist, why would you apply those to a rationalist? They have the problems for empiricism are not the same problems for rationalism, are they? They'd have rationalist problems, and the rationalist problems are not the same problems the empiricists have. I have a revelatory epistemology. I'm not a rationalist, and I'm not an empiricist. So I don't have problems that those views have. I have the problems that the revelatory epistemology view has. And you're bringing up issues for an epistemology. That's not my position. You're trying to argue against like a straw man.
I'm sorry if it comes off that way. I didn't mean that.
Yes, you did.
Do you? Okay, I just told you I didn't.
You just don't understand.
That should have been enough.
Well, you might not have intended to straw man me.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's what your argument is a straw man.
Okay, I apologize for that. I didn't mean, like I said, I didn't mean for that to come across that way. That's fine. Do you accept that the epistemology you have is fully subjective?
No. It's the only objective epistemology.
Through revelation.
Yeah. Because God is the objective, ultimate objective absolute. So whatever.
But if you're saying it's,
whatever God says is objective.
Sure, but you're saying you get it through revelation. A revelation is a personal thing that you get through God.
No,
could that not be subjective?
It's not personal. Revelation is objective. Revelation.
How have you got revelation? How have you got an objective revelation that's not through your personal experience?
The Bible.
The Bible.
Yeah, we can objectively interpret the Bible.
I know for a fact that you haven't read the entire Bible. You've said it multiple times on lives. Okay. So that's not how you get your revelations. So how have you got your revelations?
If I read the Bible, will you become a Christian?
No, but I would accept this argument a lot more. You haven't read the Bible, so you can't claim the Bible as your revelation.
I mean, even if I read the Bible, you're still going to reject my argument. So I don't see how this.
But at least there would be something else to talk about.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the Bible because you hate Jesus. So why would you, if you were a Christian?
That's not true. I don't believe Jesus existed.
It is true. You're a liar and you hate Jesus and you're self-deceived.
Okay, I don't believe Jesus existed, so I can't hate something that I don't believe in. I don't hate leprechauns because I don't believe they exist.
I believe you. You're telling the truth. Okay.
Okay, cool. And also, to answer your question, I would love to do a Bible study with you. That would actually be a great idea.
Imagine you're a Christian and someone who hates God wants to do a Bible study with you. Would you want to do?
I just told you I don't hate God.
Yeah, and I totally believe you. Would you want to do a Bible study with someone that?
Do you hate leprechauns? Do you hate leprechauns?
No. Would you want to do a Bible study with someone?
Hang on. Do you? You definitely hate leprechauns because you don't believe it exists. You don't believe in leprechauns. That means you hate leprechauns.
But I would have like a reason to think they don't exist. I don't. It's not just like an emotional position.
So, do you believe leprechauns exist?
No.
What's your reason for not believing leprechauns exist?
There would be like an expectation of evidence that we don't have. Like
there's been plenty of evidence that leprechauns exist. You heard about Pot at the End of the Rainbow? That's a big story that gets told all over the world, and that's where leprechauns are.
Where are the pots? Where's the tangible pots?
They're at the end of the rainbow. It's all in stories and books being told to kids all over the world.
Talk to rational.
I know you say that when you get stuck on a point, but let's actually talk about this because otherwise you're just going to be jumping between points, and that's not very fair.
But I'm looking to talk to rational people.
I'm a perfectly rational person. I'm using your logic against you, and you're not liking it. Why don't you like it when somebody talks about how you talk about them?
Here's the thing: is like I presented a transcendental argument for God, and
rather you haven't presented any argument for God.
Rather than offering a defeater or undercutter, you're acting like a transphobe, right?
Okay.
A transphobe.
Sorry, what did you just say? I'm acting like a transphobe.
Yeah, because you're afraid of the transcendental argument for God. So instead of arguing like a defeater or undercutter, you're doing this emotional stuff and talking about leprechauns. Okay? This is crazy.
No, I'm just trying to so you're talking about you're talking about this transcendental argument, and you said you need to find a defeater. But if you're not letting me talk through logic to get that defeater, don't you think you're the one at fault here?
I've presented a logical argument which you're ignoring, and you're just being emotional rather than deal with the evidence, right?
I feel like I'm not emotional at all. I'm trying to build on your evidence and show you how the evidence you're claiming to have doesn't really prove anything, because we can use the same evidence to prove leprechauns, but you don't believe in leprechauns.
When you say like you feel like you're not being emotional, you're talking about your feelings, and you're being emotional, right? Because I presented a logical argument.
So can I say you're emotional as well because you've got emotions? Like, is that really what we're doing right now?
Well, but the thing is, I'm presenting a logical argument. I'm not just believing Christianity because I want it to be true. And instead of dealing with my logical argument, you start talking about leprechauns. So, like, I've
already explained why I did that, but that's okay.
Look, I'm just left.
Like, if you don't understand, that's okay. You can just tell me you don't understand, and I can try and explain it another way.
Well, I wish you well. Thank you for coming.
Wow, what a waste of time you are.
Yeah. I'm the waste of time, says the guy who wants to debate leprechauns.
Yeah, that guy wants to talk about a waste of time. They bring up totally disprovable entities. They bring up Spider-Man, Leprechaun, flying spaghetti monsters.
Yeah.
What else? Santa Claus.
Completely irrelevant entities that you haven't provided any evidence for.
No. Those entities.
Philosophical arguments.
Are you gonna let me speak? I wasn't.
You're not saying anything worthwhile, bro.
I wasn't finished. So basically, those entities are disprovable. They don't fall under the same category as God. We can't use the transcendental argument on a leprechaun. It's not the way it works.
Correct. Transcendental arguments prove principles, not theorems. Leprechaun would be like a theorem.
Nah, that's emotional, bro. That's emotional. You guys are being emotional.
You think so? It sounds like geeks.
100%.
For real?
That's crazy.
Possum is gifting, but Landy is being really loud in the chat. I guess I'll go Possum first. I'll be capitalistic.
I guess they want the transcendental argument for leprechauns.
I'll let you in next, Landy. Welcome, Possum.
Hi.
Are you an adult?
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask for TikTok purposes.
Yeah, I'm 20, so.
Awesome.
And I'm also trans, so
Nice.
get scared.
We love trans people.
Oh, so you're one of those religious people then, that you don't believe in what the Bible said?
No, I
About
believe in
how-
what the Bible says. The Bible says to love everyone.
But what about the Bible saying a man shall not lie with another man?
Well, I mean, yeah, like, that doesn't mean like you hate them though. Like everyone's a sinner. Like heterosexual Christians have premarital schmecks, right? So it's like they're not any, in a privileged position or something. Like, so it's like whatever. Everyone is a sinner. We're corrupt. So it's not no reason to like hate someone because they're sinning. Because then I'd have to hate everyone.
Then what is your foundation of believing in what the Bible says if you're just going to pick and choose what the Bible is teaching?
The Bible doesn't teach to hate people. It teaches that we love everyone. That you're made in God's image, even if you are, whatever you are. Everyone's made in God's image. All the alphabet people. So.
Okay, and then moving on to my actual points that I want to talk about. I am agnostic. I was raised Catholic.
Okay.
In a very, very strict Catholic family.
So you got some, yeah.
Went to church 2 to 3 times a week. And then recently, well, not recently, when I got to high school, I didn't go to a private high school, so I got exposed to all kinds of different people, of different religions, of different beliefs, and that, like, opened my eyes to say that, like, Catholicism is so closed-minded that there are so many different beliefs that people can have. Like, just think of all the religions in the world. Not all of them believe in Jesus. So, what is the basis of trying to force that Catholicism is the only and the best religion?
Well, I mean, as a Christian, of course, we're going to believe that, like, I think Christianity, I want the best for everyone. Because I think if you love someone, you want the best for them, right? And I know that, like, I only became a Christian when I was 37. I tried to live life without God. And it didn't work out for me. And I ended up in a bad spot. And Jesus saved me. Like, it changed my life. My life totally 180, right? And I'm like way happier now. I'm a Christian. And it's just like, I want to share that happiness with other people. I don't want to force someone to be a Christian. If you don't want to be a Christian, that's fine. But it's just like, because I love everyone and I want the best for them, and Christianity helped me, then it's like, I believe it can help other people. So it's not, I think it's wrong to force, I wouldn't want to force anyone. Like, if you're not a Christian, then I wouldn't expect you to, like, live by Jesus's example or something. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't obviously break laws.
Yeah, and I agree with that, because you're supposed to listen and just let people have their own opinions.
Yeah.
Even if you think that they're wrong.
Yep.
Unless it's like a super bad thing. Let people have their own opinions.
Well, even if they can have their bad opinions, but it's like when they start hurting other people, that's when we need to, like, remove their freedom, because we can't have people running around hurting, being harmful, because that's not fair to do to other people. So.
And then bouncing off of that, what about all the Catholic people that make bad decisions? What about the handful of priests that are assaulting children? What about the missionaries that are forcefully converting people, like that kind of stuff. Does
For
that?
sure. I was raised Catholic and I believed in it when I was younger, but then all those scandals started happening when I was a teenager, and that made me like think all these people are hypocrites and they're phonies and it's all a lie, and I didn't believe in it for years and years and years. But I think that was a mistake because I think I just had like a bias or something, like I hated God, and because like if you're gonna judge Christianity by Christians, then Christianity kind of sucks because people kind of suck. But the Bible teaches us that people aren't good or corrupt, and that. But I think if you judge Christianity by the message of Jesus, it's like a beautiful thing, you know, because Jesus was. I mean, think about like remember they were gonna stone the woman, the adulterous woman, and Jesus said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. He saved that woman, and he said, I don't condemn you, go and sin no more. That's our God. He loves us. He doesn't want to hurt us. He doesn't want an angry mob of people like in the Salem witch trials or something. He doesn't want that. There's a message about people who are outcasts that society rejects. God doesn't reject you. You belong. Everyone belongs. We're all made in God's image. There's a powerful message of social justice within the Bible.
I see that, and I raise you to the people who want LGBTQ people condemned, that they're going to hell, that they're not real people, that they want them to convert, that they want them to be straight and be cis and all that kind of stuff. Why do some people, some Christian Catholic people, preach that when some don't? Where is the line that connects those two things, the two ends of that spectrum? The people that believe that LGBTQ people have the same voice as like that kind of argument.
Well, I think Christians are making an error when they do that. Like, okay, while it's true that, I mean, I think we're all headed to hell. Like, I think we all deserve to go to hell, and we're all going to hell. But we can be saved if we repent and we turn to Jesus. We have a relationship with Jesus, so we don't have to go to hell. But I mean, I think it's fair. It's not fair to exclude any group of people and say this specific group is going to hell. That's wrong. But I think it's fair to say, because this is a Christian view, that we're all sort of destined to hell, but we can be saved if with a relationship with Jesus. So this doesn't just apply to LGBT people. It applies to everyone, I would say. So that's not like a singling people out type thing. But Christians do. I see what you're saying. I agree with you. I think that's wrong when they do that. They should not do that. So, like, I think the problem is they're trying to be moralists. They're trying to turn the Bible into like a rule book of you got to follow this, and even if you're not a Christian, you got to follow this. Like, I think that's wrong. I don't think we should have that approach. I don't think we should expect non-Christians to follow the Bible and stuff like that.
And then are all non-Christians going to hell for not believing in God?
I think a lot of Christians are going to hell. So,
but are
it's
they
hard
going
to
to
say.
hell for not believing in God? Like, if they lived the perfect life, would they still go to hell because they don't believe in God?
I mean, I can't really answer that because the Bible doesn't say specifically. All we know is that like God is just and He loves us and He's going to make a good decision. And I like to think God judges us on our hearts, not on our beliefs. Like, did we love other people? Did we forgive others? Were we humble? Things like that. I think He's going to judge us on stuff like that, not like, did you have the correct doctrine? So I don't know. That's what I believe. But ultimately, we don't really know how God's going to choose. So I don't know. I think you should repent and try to have a relationship with Jesus, because I think that's good for your life now, and it'll be good because in an afterlife, I don't think you're going to want to have like there could be a danger of being separated from God, and I don't think people are going to want to be separated from God. So
I'll see if, like, with the, and I do have trauma from the church that I was in because
understandable.
I don't even really want to go into details.
No, I understand. I think that a lot of church trauma I think it's real, and I think that's why a lot of people are non-believers.
And that's what drove the stake between me and wanting to be a religious person. Because as an agnostic, I believe that there is some kind of higher power to some degree, but I don't believe that the only higher power is the Christian God.
Sure. Another route you could take, though, not that you have to, but this is what Frederick Douglass did this. He was born a slave, and at that time, the Christians said the Bible supported slavery, in America at least. In England, the Christians didn't agree with that. But in America, the Christians were being evil and cruel, and they were saying that the Bible supports slavery. Well, Frederick Douglass, he became a Christian, and he said the opposite. He used the Bible to say, look, you guys are all being hypocrites. So this is just another thing you could do is you look at these Christians and you think they're wrong. You can study their own Bible, take their Bible, and flip it on them and say, look, you're not even doing what Jesus says. You're being hateful and things like this. So it's just I don't know, it's an idea. Another way to go. Because you can do Christianity, you can study it on your own, learn, like you can have a personal relationship with Jesus. If you see Christians being hypocrites and not doing it the right way, you don't have to, doesn't have to be what Christianity is. You can make it, how you see, like it's a non-hypocritical, hypocritical version of it. So that's just a thought, though.
Yeah, but just hypothetically, what if if I decide that the higher powers that I want to follow are pagan gods or Egyptian gods or not monotheistic religions?
Thanks for the heart, Rashbar. Well, I mean, that's up to you to decide, but I feel like you won't find fulfillment in those things. I know I tried to go like a new age route personally. I went with the new age and I kind of believed in like there's just this higher power. We can't know what it is, but maybe there's like random coincidences in life. There's no coincidences, so like the universe is guiding me and trying to show me things through my life or something. Beliefs like this. But it left me feeling like empty at the end. And I was no purpose or fulfillment in my life. And Christianity when I read the Gospels and I heard like, reading Paul talk about love or Jesus talk about love, I don't know, the love, it just like, it filled up my heart. And I was like, this is it. This is the purpose of life. This is the meaning. We're supposed to love each other and love God. It just made sense to me. And now I'm like way happier. I have purpose. The whole point of life is love. And it's amazing.
And then I just want to go one step further into that. What if someone wants to be a Satanist? Like
P. Diddy?
Far extreme. Who said he was a Satanist though?
I've just been seeing in interviews that at the parties they had satanic rituals or satanic altars, and then they, do their naked fun around the altar. Just kind of weird.
What about theistic Satanism, which is not like the blood sacrifices and doing what? So I did some research into this. Theistic Satanism is basically they have their own set of quote unquote commandments to follow, and it's basically flipping what Christianity believes in.
Anything, yeah.
So, like, instead of taking, like I don't exactly remember because it's been years since I did this, but it was stuff like you're supposed to accept everyone no matter what, unless they are like a horrible, horrible person. And you're supposed to, like, well, okay, so I'm hitting a wall here, but because I'm forgetting the research I did. I'm not saying that I'm a Satanist. I'm just saying
Yeah.
what I've read into.
I got a lot of people requesting up. Do you mind if I want to give another person a chance to talk?
Yeah, that's fine. I need to get ready to head to class anyway.
Well, I appreciate you and I wish you well. I hope things work out for you.
Thank you. Thank you for the actual valid debate.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hey, Precept, you're not like a Catholic, right?
No, I was raised Catholic. I would consider myself probably evangelical Protestant, but
Oh, okay.
I'm like, the thing is, like, I need to study theology more. I'm like, I'm more interested in apologetics than like doctrines and stuff. So I don't get really too. I think the most important thing is like Jesus is my Savior, my Lord. Love it. You know, we're supposed to love. We're supposed to forgive. Those are like the important things that like finding the correct denomination or doctrines. That's kind of like a secondary. It's not that it's not important, but
Yeah, I get that because I just have a huge like problem with most Catholic doctrines because they teach that we are to rely partly on our works.
Yeah.
And I don't like agree with that. I agree with the fact that once we are saved, once we truly accept the true saving faith that God has offered to all of us, then we will produce good works, but that's not like what saves us.
Well, except in the Bible, like Matthew 5:16, it says, like, in the same way, let your light shine before others that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. I mean, I think there's a lot of evidence in the Bible for the importance of good works. I mean, I understand that there's...
We're not, like, I get you're up here to maybe debate Christianity, but we're not debating, like, theology, but
no one's saying that works aren't important. We're just saying they don't save us. That's all.
Okay, yeah. And just to quote the Bible again, since that's kind of what we're talking about, you also say, like, you could also say that, like, lest he be born again, as in, like, you know, the belief in Jesus, be born of the water and spirit, he shall not pass into the kingdom of heaven. I think that that's a little bit closer to what Stella is saying. Am I misinterpreting that?
No, I think you're spot on. Like, you must be born again to enter the kingdom of heaven type of thing.
Yeah. It's sort of like a different emphasis on different parts of the Bible.
Yes.
Also, hi guys. Thanks for letting me join.
Yo, I said I'd let you next, so I kept my word.
Yeah, word. You said something kind of interesting back there, and I just, you know, I'm talking to Precept here, and Precept, if you don't let me misquote you, you know, either like, you know, like I'm happy to like have this discussion and I want to, you know, make sure that we're on the same page with all of this. And I think you were talking about, this was like 2 or 3 guests back. You said something to the effect of like, you can prove that these other religions don't have evidence or exist because of your revelatory suppositions about, you know, what the evidence for God is a revelatory epistemology, I believe you said. And
yeah,
but you disagree with the revelatory epistemology about, you know, the experience from other religions. And I just sort of wanted to see if you could expand on that a little bit and help me understand your feeling about why your revelatory epistemology supersedes the revelatory epistemology of other religions.
Well, we would take revelation to be just like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and then we would have like a theological debate to determine who's the correct revelation, because it's like the idea is God interacting with people through the course of history.
I'm just trying to understand a little bit more because you're saying Revelation, and I just want to make sure we're not talking about like the literal book of Revelation. We're talking about like the revealing of God's light in your, experience or whatever.
Well, revelation, I mean, it's going to be natural and special revelation, and then also being made in the image of God.
Okay. But I'm trying to understand why that's different than, say, Hinduistic revelation, or why that's different than, say,
they don't really, I wouldn't really say they have revelation. I would say it's specifically the Abrahamics would have revelation. I think it's like a specific,
yeah, but on the basis of what, right? Like you can say that, but these people believe in a Hindu pantheon and God, and they have, the religion has revealed themselves, to them through some sort of means, whether, like maybe the Bhagavad Gita or the Mahabharata. And what is different about that than Christianity?
Well, obviously, they have different attributes, right? And the idea is that the argument that you need like a perfect God for intelligibility, and only Christian revelation reveals a perfect God. So like the other religions, they don't have a perfect God.
Well, let's be a little careful with that, because like I don't know that you've read enough Hinduism to say that like there isn't a perfect God. Like Brahma is a perfect God, and according to the Hindu religion. So I want to be a little bit cautious here about like your assumption that only Christianity, only the Abrahamic religions at least, have a perfect God. Although I do want to point out that you did say that Allah in Islam is the enemy earlier in a different debate with someone else. So I do want to let's also point that out, that like you said that Allah is not a real God either, even though it is in fact the same God.
Well, he's a false God.
Well, no, I mean, like if you had read the Quran, you would know that it's the same God, like the literal same God. Like it's like
it's not true. So
all I'm saying though is that like Allah is based on the Christian God. Like nothing about the Quran actually denies the existence of the way the New Testament or even the Old Testament is written. It's literally like book 3, like in the series.
I know. Yeah.
And so I'm just like, you're saying that like Allah is a false God. You're actually, I'm just going to say, like, caution, you are actually insulting your own God. It's the same God. You can say that Muhammad wasn't really a prophet. That's different.
It's not insulting my God, because
they're the same God.
They're not the same. They have different attributes.
No, they are quite literally the same God. I mean,
Islam, do they have the doctrine of the Trinity?
They believe in the same. They believe in everything that happened in the Bible. They believe that everything that happened in the Bible. They just also believe that Muhammad was the final word of God.
No, they say the Bible was corrupted. But then they also say that the Quran's true because the Bible affirms the Quran, but then they say it's corrupted, so they contradict themselves. It's nonsense.
Well, I think you actually have it backwards there a little bit.
It's like Mormonism. It's kooky.
You're like kind of like using like childish words to describe a very serious religion that believes in.
You're using childish reasoning right now.
I don't think so. I think I'm discussing.
So
I think that I'm discussing other religions in the same with the same level of respect that you discuss Christianity. I don't really understand how that's childish.
Do you accept God as your creator?
No, I do not.
And do you think that's rational?
I do. I do think that that's rational.
What's the rationale?
Well, the rationale is that I believe in a requirement for evidence that is not easily counter-explained.
That's why I'm asking. There's either a God world or there's a world without a God.
Well, I think that I don't really understand why
What is the evidence for the world without the God?
Well, in the world without the God, there's testable hypotheses and mathematical theories that can be tested repeatedly and confirmed about how they behave. And in the world of Christianity, the difference is that there isn't a testable, repeatable theory. there's only a single source of evidence, and that being the Bible, which, to the Islam's point, has been rewritten multiple times.
To do a test, there has to be uniformity in nature, right? Or order in the world.
I would say that there has to be order in the world and uniformity of nature. I would say that. Yeah, okay.
So God, his divine providence, would explain the uniformity of nature, but you deny that.
That would be one explanation for the uniformity in nature. I would say that there are multiple explanations for uniformity in nature.
How do you explain the uniformity of nature in the non-God model to do your test?
In the non-God model, first of all, I think we're dancing around different definitions of the word with the words uniformity of nature. So I just want to point that out that we may be describing different things.
Means the proposition that the future resembles the past. That's all that means.
Can you say it again? I'm sorry, I was talking.
The proposition the future resembles the past. Thanks for the roast.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I respect that. So I think that's a pretty straightforward and clear definition. What I will say is that if I drop a ball, the ball falls at a particular rate and accelerates at a predictable speed. This is the law of gravity, right? And so that is right there a testable thing that we can prove. And we can't say that you can say that there's evidence. That's evidence right there for the existence of God because God has decided that the ball falls at this rate.
What? Yeah, so how would you justify the proposition the future resembles the past? You can't justify that without God.
I don't understand why you think that I can't justify that without God. It seems pretty clear that I don't believe in God and yet I justify it. The justification being that mass, a certain amount of mass attracts a certain amount of object at a particular rate and speed. I don't understand what does God have to do with any of that?
You have to justify the proposition the future resembles the past, but you never observe the future, do you?
Well, no, but in the future, I can say I can make predictions, which is a hypothesis that when I drop the ball, it will fall at least on Earth at 9.81 meters per second squared, and then I test it, and then it happens. Therefore, I've generated a model.
Prediction relies on the fact the future resembles the past. How do you know the future resembles the past?
That in the past, I made that prediction, and in the future, it happened.
Because past resemble past futures, that therefore the future resembles the past?
So here's the problem here, is that I'm saying that there is a model, a system, for which you are able to predict elements of the...
Dude, you're bullshitting. Why are you doing this?
Why are you yelling? Are you...
Because you're
a little upset here, buddy?
me.
You want to take a deep breath?
Stop
Take a deep breath.
bullshitting. You're bullshitting.
We're just having a conversation.
Dude, yeah, but you're lying and bullshitting.
I'm not lying.
Stop you.
I'm not lying.
Stop bullshitting.
Hey, man, I think we need to take a second and calm down because we started this conversation.
You need to stop. If you want me to calm down, you need to shut the fuck up.
Do you want me to answer the questions you're asking, or do you want me to just sit here and listen on your live?
Shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
You have to justify the future resembles the past to do your tests, right? But that's impossible to justify. We know this because there's no rational proof the future resembles the past, because it's not logically necessary the future resembles the past. And if you're going to say, well, past future or past pasts resemble past futures, therefore the future resembles the past, that's begging the question. You're assuming the thing you're trying to prove. So you can't empirically or rationally justify the proposition. The literal only way to justify that proposition is through the revelation of God. So to deny the revelation of God is to deny the possibility of science itself. Are you prepared to deny that science is possible?
Can I speak now, or are you still going?
I'm done. Yeah, ask you a question. Do you want to deny science?
No, I'm actually very pro-science.
So when you deny the Bible, you're implicitly denying science.
I don't know that I follow that logic. No.
The uniformity of nature has to be true for science to be possible. It's only true if revelation is true.
So I understand that you're trying to make earlier you were saying an if P then Q kind of argument here.
Uh-huh.
But one, in formal logic, if P then Q might be one thing, but you have to assume that the presuppositions are true. So P has to be true and Q has to be true. Like if, for the next thing to happen, like, the cause and effect of it. And you're really making some very large leaps between
Really
like,
not. I'm not. It's
okay.
Do
you mind if I finish my thought, or would you like to continue to interrupt me?
lying, sure. Go ahead and lie.
Okay. So my thought is that when you say things like the uniformity of nature requires the existence of a revelatory epistemology. Sorry, it's hard to say that word.
You said it correct the first time, I think.
Epistemology. If it requires a revelatory epistemology, therefore God exists. I don't understand where the conclusion is coming from. Like there's a lot of steps in between those two things, and I'm just trying to break it down.
It's pretty simple. Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So, if science is possible, then the uniformity of nature is true. If the uniformity of nature is true, then God's revelation is true.
And that's where you lost me there.
Because there's no other way to justify it. God's revelation is the only way to justify it. There's no rational human reason and observation cannot prove the uniformity of nature. Only God's revelation can prove it. That's it.
I don't understand why you think you're making a statement, but it has no basis in any evidence. Like why is God's revelation?
What are you talking about? It has no basis.
Okay, deep breath. It's all okay. We're going to have a good time here, Precept. We're just going to take a deep breath for a moment.
Is there something besides revelation that can prove the uniformity of nature? There's not.
I don't understand. You've made a conclusion that there is no other answer. And you won't listen to any other answer, and some of those
answer is bullshit.
If I may, Precept, I'm still speaking.
I know there is not another answer. I've studied the subject.
Well, actually, you haven't, because when we had a conversation about Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, you haven't actually studied any of those religions as an alternative. But I'm also talking about non-religious answers for that, such as the models of.
I have to go. This is just ridiculous. I have to go anyways. Thanks for all the gifts, guys. I don't know, Rasul and what's your name? Satan? Or Satan? Oh, you're Satan. Oh, man, that's a clever name, Satan. Yeah, that's really weird, because it's it's I want to say 7, but then there's an 8. I got cooked, bruh. Yeah, I'm weak. I got cooked. Yeah. So that guy was just BSing. There's no way to prove the uniformity of nature. I don't know. That guy, low information. Anyways, thanks, Sila. God bless.
Thank you for the gift.
Nice.
God bless you, Precept.
Thanks for your cacti.
It seems like he was really rage baiting at the end there. He was trying to treat you like a toddler. And I love all of our non-believer friends in the chat, but that's just not the way to debate.
To lie? You don't think coming up here and lying to me, that's not a good strategy? But they're all doing that. All right. Well, thanks, man. God bless. All the atheists, I wish you well. All the Christians, God bless. Thanks, guys.
God bless you.